Hi, welcome back guys. This is your sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Naruto Got Harem in Elden Ring? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. What manner of madman walks into the Haligtree half-naked? It sounded like the beginning of grand cosmic joke, a jaded jape meant to make the very outer gods howl with laughter. Melenia wasn't laughing. She'd felt his presence at once, his aura such that his very arrival startled her from her dreams. With her eyes all but rotted away, she could not see him, not truly, not in the conventional sense of the word, but he burned in her sixth sense all the same. Even now she saw him in her mind's eye, a one-armed beacon of yellow fire carved in the shape of the man stalking towards her. Had he taken the frenzied flame unto himself? No. This felt warmer, somehow. More intense, but gentle, unlike the flame of ruin, either. His was a different sort of fire than those she knew. Like sitting under the sun and basking in its ray, it was enough to make her tense in her chair. He looked harmless enough, and yet for all that she couldn't bring herself to move, not even to turn her head towards him. The rot within her writhed in his presence, recoiling from his light. Kill him. The voices, the rot rose up within her, demanding action. He defiles your resting place. Put him to the sword like the rest. Yes, of course he did. Dearest Mquella. She had to protect her brother, still slumbering within the Haligtree. These awful intruders would take him and slay him. She must protect him, until he was grown, until he was ready for rebirth, until he could return to this world once more. Till then it fell to her to protect her other half. She would give anything to see him safe once more. A breeze whipped up the fallen leaves, revealing her fallen false arm and helm. On false legs, Melenia stood. Good. She'd need those for the slaughter to come. I dreamt for so long. She knelt for them. My flesh was dull gold, and my blood, rotted. Corpse after corpse left in my wake. Snapped her arm on. As I awaited his return, reached down to reclaim her Valkyrie helm. Heed my words. Dawning her at last, she turned to face him, this newest cadaver in a long line of corpses. I am Melenia, blade of Mquella. Her arm flcked out, sweeping the leaves before her, and I have never known defeat. Nice introduction. The intruder's golden silhouette gave her a jaunty wave, pivoted on one heel, and walked away. I'll just be going then. Have a nice day. Melenia nearly fell on her face and splossed into a puddle. I beg your pardon. You're not the one I'm looking for. A glowing blue eye peered over his shoulder, pure as the sky itself. And you seem kinda sad. As he spoke, she saw a smile crease those warm, whiskered cheeks. Sorry for waking you up. I'll just let you be. Enjoy your nap. His piece said, he kept right on walking, making a beeline for the fog door, no doubt intent to walk right on through. She could hear him muttering something about being lost, but the words were distant. Hollow now, as her ears began to ring in quiet anger. Her pride prickled in the wake of his sudden retreat. The rot in her hissed anew. Slay him. Was he condescending to her? He'd just walk away? After coming all the way down here? No, never mind that. If he left, he could reveal the location of the Haligtree to others. Of her dear vulnerable twin, resting even now within its embrace. If she let this tarnished go, more of his kind would come. Her brother, she could not allow it. Melenia lunged at his exposed flank. Her blade struck true. A hollow clang ran the length of her false arm and shivered into her shoulder. He'd blocked her somehow, she realized, conjured a black staff from naught but thin air. Oi! His unamused gaze met hers as he held her at bay with a single arm. Sparks skittered between them as their weapons clashed. Whatcha go and do that for? I already said I wasn't gonna fight you. I cannot let you leave, tarnished. She pushed against him with all her might, forcing him back a pace. The hexa tarnished, for crying out loud. He blew out a stiff sigh and muttered something else under his breath. Why does everyone and everything here want to kill me enough? His last word was all the warning she received before he dropped his guard and slugged her in the face. It was a powerful punch, all things considered. Stern, stiff, swift, and utterly uncompromising. Melenia never saw it coming. Clonk, but she certainly felt it. Clenched knuckles barreled into her helm and rang her head like a bell. Stars burst before vision, and quite suddenly, she became wholly, intimately aware of her back pressed against the brace of the Haligtree. He'd launched her clear across the grove with a single punch. She tried to stand, only for a fresh pang of nausea to assail her. She crumpled, knees buckling. Her hand traced her helmet as she lay on the ground. Sure enough, she felt a fist-shaped indent there. He'd ruined her favorite helm. Now buzz off. The stranger shook his staff at her, rattling the ringed weapon. I ain't gonna say it again. Anger rushed through her, and her second wind came with it. By the time he realized his tactic, she was already upon him, forcing the blonde to meet her charge with one of his own. Her blade swept down in a single decapitating. She had him this time. She knew she did. He'd try to block again, and the moment he did, she'd overwhelm him with a storm of blows. He only had one arm. She was a demigod. He was but a mortal. Outmatched him. Instinct screamed at her. In her ire, Melenia ignored it. He would block, just as he had before. Any sane warrior would. Her blade missed him by a centimeter and slammed harmlessly into the water. A bare foot stomped down on the flat of the blade. Then there was pain. If the first attack had shown her stars, this one granted her galaxies. His knee rocketed up into her torso, blasting the breath from her lungs and fracturing 3 ribs. Her feet momentarily lifted from the ground, and when she doubled over to defend that wounded side, he showed no mercy. His fist roared up and caught her face, sending her spiraling. For all her years of peerless prowess, she'd always had something of a glass jaw. Her right cheek was already gone numb by the time she recovered, and were it not for the rot raging through her, she suspected she would have felt a bruise forming across her cheek. Here? Something landed at her feet. It took her a moment to realize what it was. Have your arm back. Heat hit her cheeks. Despite the fog in her mind and all the rot had taken from her, she couldn't help but respect his chivalry, his strength, if not necessarily the pain he'd caused her. But this was her Haligtree, their Haligtree, her and dear Mquella. She must protect it until her brother emerged from his slumber. Yet here she lay, bested in 2 exchange. Her own fault for ignoring her instincts. Still, she felt it wasn't her fault. She just underestimated him. Yes, that was all. What manner of tarnished wandered around with one arm? How was she to take such a farce seriously? The third time, as they said, would be the charm. She climbed to her feet and snapped her arm back on. You have a noble spirit. I would have your name. Naruto. He warded his staff before his face. Nothing personal, lady. Nothing personal? It felt pretty damn personal to Melenia. He'd battered her about like an errant novice, and he said it wasn't personal. She leaped into the air, saw his eyes widen. Parry this, you filthy tarnished. The waterfowl dance was her penultimate technique. None had stood before it, save one. Not even Raidon had escaped from this move unscathed. Melenia did not launch herself at him. She blurred countless strikes in a single instant, transitioning into another leap to carry her the rest of the way. He parried every single one, stepped back, and tossed his staff at her. She slapped it aside. The moment she did, he reappeared behind her. A feint? Racingen. Melenia's spine shrieked as a keening blue sphere smashed into her back, drilling her face first into the shallow water. The world roared in her ears and her helmet went flying, knocked askew by the sheer impact. When she tried to rise, her knees failed her again. She buckled, still gripping her arm, and splashed back down. I'm looking for something. Her foe continued apropos of nothing. Somebody, really. You ain't it. Just let me leave. She still couldn't believe him. After all this, he would just walk away. No sane man would do so. Her temper, normally so slow to rise, finally sparked. I will not let you take him. Take who? He scoffed. You and I are the only ones here. Her worldview cracked. You're lying. Really ain't. With a snap of his fingers, he conjured a new staff to his right hand, slammed in the ground, and dug a finger around in his ear. Look, this is clearly one big misunderstanding, so let's just call it a draw and leave it at that, eh? Melenia's pride hissed, stung by such a casual remark. She would not suffer another draw. Not ever. Not after Raidon. He was lying. He had to be. Mquella was here. He must be. Because if he wasn't, if he had left, if he had been taken, that meant ... it meant. He walked away. Her blood boiled. The rot howled. Kill him. Kill him. Kill him. Damn him. She didn't want to unleash this again. She was better than this. She was. She made it to a knee. Wait. Naruto paused in mid-step. Pivoted. Perhaps he realized what was about to happen, because he launched himself away from her. Just as well, because the Scarlet Ionia roared into existence where he'd been a heartbeat prior, spreading its many petals. Her armor, what little remained after their clash, began to rot away. Wings bloomed from her back in a storm of twisted butterflies, threaded through with her hair. She stumbled upright, clutching at her artificial arm. With each passing moment her strength returned, bringing a different manner of madness with it. Newfound divinity coursed through her veins. She would use it to crush him. She stood before him, nearly naked in her own measure, baring her calcified skin and prosthetic limbs to him. The scarlet bloom flowers once more. Naruto walked through the Scarlet Ionia, stomped right up to her, uncaring of their height difference, nor the rot wearing at his flesh. This close, Melenia could see every bit of it. That scarlet rot ate at him, crimson stains creeping across his exposed chest, only to recede thrice as fast. A hand flcked up, snatched a handful of her hair, and yanked her face down to his. Their foreheads touched. "Sit down," he hissed at her. "Right now." "Never," she snarled and jerked back. "You will witness true horror. Now, rot." I said. A giant golden fox shimmered into being behind him, dwarfing them both. "Sit." A tremendous saffron claw burst fro the stump of his arm and pinned Melenia to the roots, rotten body and all. The rot in her whimpered. Actually whimpered. The very essence of an outer god made manifest, an entity powerful enough to corrupt half a continent. Turned tail and fled now, cowering deep inside her. Mquella's needle it was not, but it affected her all the same. Her transformation reversed, wings receding into her back as the rot stilled. Her legs, false though they were, kicked out in a fit beneath her. Even so she sought to rally. This wasn't over. It couldn't be over. She wouldn't let it end here. "My brother will keep his promise." She forced the words out on a rasp as she lashed out, to no avail. "He possesses the wisdom, the allure of a god. He is the most fearsome Empyrean of all." "Oh, so it's your brother you're after." Much to her chagrin he kept that giant limb on her, holding her at arm's length. "I'm looking for someone who's like a brother to me, too. We both landed in this world a while back but we kinda got separated while we were trying to kill each other." Incredulity dawned. What manner of brother was that? And yet, had not she and her siblings sought to slay one another in the aftermath of the shattering? She strongly had room to judge him. The boy, no, this young man, actually laughed at her expression. "Well, it's kinda complicated. I just need to beat him once and for all and I'm sure he'll come around." Melenia swallowed once to comport herself, then scowled. "I don't think that's how it works." "Sure it is," he grinned at her. "Some of my best friends were once my worst enemies." "What?" "Now hear me out," he held up a finger. "I know it sounds weird, but you had to be there to understand it." She couldn't comprehend his kindness. It baffled her unlike anything else. And with it, her rage began to gutter out. Enough. Killing him would clearly take too much effort. She just wanted him gone. She wanted him out. Out of here, out of her head, out of her sight. "Leave. My body is rotten." She scowled at him. "You would do well not to linger." "Pa, I've had my skin burned clean off before." The whiskered warrior CLC'd his tongue at her in mild admonishment. "Ain't afraid of a little itch. So?" That ghastly golden claw sucked itself back into his arm quick as you please, leaving her to balk at him. "What d'ya say? I'm a little lost on leads at the moment, but I can help you look for your brother if you want. He got a name?" "Mquella." "And?" he asked. "What does he look like?" Melenia told him. She wasn't quite sure why, only that she did. Perhaps it was because he was the first to ask, the first to stop, the first to listen. She mustn't leave the tree. But if he spoke the truth, if Mquella was no longer here. Her sixth sense stirred. In vain, Melenia cast it up and looked at the Haligtree, as she hadn't in an age. She saw nothing. Naught but the gaping tear where Mquella's cocoon should have been, where his beloved brother once nestled. All this time she'd avoided look at it, subconsciously avoiding it, even during her battle with this strange fellow. But now she saw. He wasn't there. All that remained was a hollow space where he should have been. Realization dawned, and it was an ugly, rotten one indeed, poisoning her very soul. No. The world tumbled from her lips. No, no, no. That's not ... it can't be. He was to be here. And yet, for all her pleading, she could neither sense nor see her dearest Mquella. Not here. They'd always had a bond, but it was so weak now, strained as to be nearly non-existent. He wasn't here. He was far, far away. Somewhere to the south. She felt it, like a tiny candle burning deep underground, the faintest flicker of light in the back of her mind. The baffling blonde dared a step forward. Do you know anyone who could have taken him? Nay, I do not wait. She could think of one. No, even he wouldn't go so far. Surely, there were limits to even that man's depravity. Weren't there? Unless there weren't. Which meant she'd failed. Someone had spirited her brother away while she slept. And she'd spent all this time here, while he suffered. What a fool she was. The queen of all fools. Heat bloomed in her eyes. Something hot and sweet-smelling ran down her face. She touched a hand to her cheek. Bitter laugh escaped her. Even mine tears are rotten. Might be able to do something about that. Hold still. He stepped in before she could think to stop him and clapped a hand over her face. Rather, her eyes. It didn't hurt. On the contrary, it felt perfectly pleasant. A different kind of heat flowed through Melenia's rot-scarred visage, centering over his fingers, even now pressed against her. Her world shifted and went black for the merest of moments. When she came to, she found herself on her hands and knees, gazing into a puddle. Bleary yellow eyes blinked back at her from a clean face, that golden gaze widening now to match her own. She blinked. Her reflection mirrored her. She could see. See? And then she saw him, properly. Gods above, this Naruto really was half-naked. His shirt was nowhere to be seen, and those orange-black trousers were practically falling apart. How long had he worn those? She beheld bright blue eyes beaming back at her, set within a whiskered face framed by tawny blonde hair. Young, but handsome, he was no Godwin, yet his smile reminded Melenia of her half-sibling all the same. He had that same sunny disposition about his and him, a comforting warmth that seeped into her very soul. How? The tremor in her own voice startled her. I've given someone back an eye before. Wasn't so strong to do too. He looked away, scratching his cheek. Not sure if can fix the rest of you right now, but hey, hope it helps. She gazed up at him from her knees. Why? Eh? Her words drew a blink from him. Why what? Why are you helping me? The words burst out of her in an incredulous shout. I sought to slay thee. I am a wretched, rotten woman. I do not deserve. Her eyes stung, and she touched a hand to her face again, alarmed to find clean water flowing there, rather than the sticky red ruin of the rot. It broke her. She began to weep. Why me? His grin was almost boyish. Lady, I've seen monsters. You ain't one. Her frazzled mind flailed for an excuse. I am barren. I cannot have children. Kids? Here at last, he blushed. We barely know each other. Ain't that a little early? Was it? Melenia knew precious little about such things. She had never been one for outward displays of emotions. It simply wasn't her way. Likewise, her knowledge on anything regarding intimacy was sorely lacking. Mother and father were strongly the best example on that front. What little she did know she'd only ever seen from afar, and even that had only ever been glimpses. Things like hand-holding. How forward such a thing was. Yet here, Melenia felt something stir within her breast. It could not be love. Not yet. It was surely too soon for such. But it was something, a dash of respect, perhaps. A touch of empathy toward this enigmatic young man who seemed so keen on helping her. In that moment, she could no longer look upon him as an enemy. Perhaps that was for the best. What do you say? Naruto offered his hand, still smiling without a care in the world. Let me help ya. What was the harm? Melenia reached out, hesitated, then edged forward and clasped his hand in her natural one, allowing him to help her stand. Wow. He blinked up at her as she loomed over him. You really are one tall lady, ain't ya? Heat flowered in her face anew, brighter than any bloom. None had complimented her on her height before. Melenia stepped forward, only to lose her nerve at the last moment. Her consecrated metal palm clamped over Naruto's mouth. muffled the baffled noise he made. She kissed the back of her hand rather than his lips, unwilling to risk infecting him with the rot. Credit where it was due, Naruto didn't flee. He merely blinked as she pulled away. The noise he made as she withdrew was rather adorable, all things considered. Still, she didn't release his hand. It felt warm and pleasant in hers, and remarkably, she found herself loath to let go of it. I will accept your aid. Against all odds, her fingers curled around his. Melenia made up her mind. She would walk with him, from this day on, come what may. Over the fallen leaves and beyond. Melenia wouldn't let go of his hand. Naruto found it adorable really, if only because he'd never held hands with a girl before. It felt nice, all things considered. Her palm hand was only a little larger than his own, but her fingers fit seamlessly with his own as she tugged him along. In battle she'd proven herself a determined, relentless warrior who'd learned that lesson the strong way, but outside of it, she was an entirely different creature. She seldom spoke for one. Indeed, she was quiet, almost subdued even, as she led him through the Haligtree. Where, he had no idea, but if she was taking him somewhere with a change of clothes, he was happy to oblige. Thank goodness she'd found her spare armor. Would have been awkward following a naked woman around, you know? Now if he could just find something to wear for himself, preferably before his trousers fell apart. This is a fool's bargain, Naruto. He took the caustic remark in stride, literally now, as he stepped off a rotten root and followed Melenia up another stairwell. Maybe so, but that's never stopped us before, has it? All right, I'll bite. What's eating you? Gods cannot be trusted, least of all this one. His gaze shifted to Melenia's scarred shoulders as his partner pondered the matter further. She has the potential to become something worse than Kaguya. You know this. Best kill her before that happens. Nope. Kurama bridled. You cannot be serious. Sure am. I ain't killing her. Not gonna change my mind. From the outside looking in, their partnership might be considered one-sided. Melenia stood to gain a fair bit from this arrangement already. A powerful ally, an enemy off the board and more, but in truth, he received just as much. Really, he'd put an awful lot of thought into this. Helping her guaranteed him a guide, sure, but it also kept her focus off their rematch, and someone to help him pin down Sasuke when the time came. Maybe he could knock some sense into the surly Uchiha then, assuming they ever found him. You're cracked. Kurama blew out a sigh. You heard her back there, plain as day. She's not even sane. Oi. If I can befriend someone like you, then I can make friends with just about anyone. Cheeky brat. Truth be told, Naruto felt proper pleased with himself. Melenia was hurting, and so he decided to help her. Nothing simpler. He never went back on his word. Come hell or high water, he'd help her find her brother, and if she was around to help him with Sasuke, well, all the better. It felt nice to have someone he could rely on, in this rotten twisted world. On a whim he squeezed her hand just so, fingers tightening around hers. Melenia jolted, missed 3 steps, and walked right into a wall. Naruto bit his lip. Strong. Even then he almost laughed. Her golden eyes flitted his way. Did you need something? Nah, he smiled. Just happy. Her gaze flitted to their interlocked fingers. This really is terribly forward of me. Naruto tried not to snicker. He really did. He just couldn't help himself. In what world? How is any of this forward? You mean it isn't? Heat speared across the demigoddess's face, and she tilted her dented helm down to hide her eyes. Well, different worlds, different standards, I suppose. He didn't miss the way her hand tightened around his. To each their own. They walked on in comparative silence for a time, releasing one another only long enough to ascend a particularly long ladder. Naruto wisely chose to go first in that regard, much to Melenia's confusion. He wasn't about to tell her way. Even he knew better than to let a lady in a battle dress climb a ladder before him. After all, he'd see right up her, you know. Halfway up, he heard the low whinny of a horse. Oh, right. Naruto winced a little and clambered up. Forgot about her. Told you we shouldn't have left her alive. She won't be happy to see us. Melenia went still beneath him, gripping one rung until it creaked within her grasp. Her. You'll see. Sure enough, no sooner had they crested the ladder than they found themselves challenged. A slender figure in silver armor cantered their way as they stepped out into the plaza. sat astride a great horse clad in gleaming plate. They looked ready to run them down and be done with it. Loretta? Until they saw Melenia beside him. The knight yanked on her mount's reins, rearing back with a start. Even then they came dangerously close to trampling them, halting only at the last instant. "My lady!" A young voice rang out beneath the knight's gleaming helm, clear as a clarion call. "Stay back, that brute seeks thy life." Any amusement Naruto might have felt died an ugly death. Right. He'd forgotten how absolutely insufferable this one was. "Oi, this brute beat ya once already. Care for round 2? She snarled. "Anytime, heathen." "Hey," indignation flashed through him, fiery and hot. "Is this the thanks I get for sparing ya earlier?" The knight's helm snapped away with a huff. "Silence, you won through trickery last time." "Really, because I recall knocking you off that horse and onto your ass." He didn't need to see her face to feel the embarrassment that burned through her. Loretta hissed and brandished her halberd. "Knave." "Peace, Loretta." Melenia stepped between them before they could come to blows. "He is an ally." "Yup." He couldn't resist leaning around her to grin at his former foe. "You heard her." Loretta glared at him. But my lady, 'tis a brute." His jaw twitched. "Oi, I have a name. A brute is a brute and nothing more." Loretta dismounted, took 3 steps forward, and smacked her helm against his forehead. "Treat Lady Melenia with the respect she deserves." Naruto FLC'd the goddess in question a glance. "Pretty sure I've been nothing but proper, although we did tussle a little." It was the straw that broke the camel's back, or more likely, its pride, because Loretta hollered a war cry and struck out at him with her halberd. It went about as well as one might expect. He saw it coming, parried, got a hold of her weapon, yanked her down. Her back struck the ground, leaving her sprawled there in an undignified heap. From there he planted a bare foot on her breastplate, reached down, grabbed a hold of the crest upon her helmet, and yoink. "Wow, you really are a girl, huh?" Green eyes glared back at him, set within a deathly pale face framed by long midnight black hair. "Filthy brute," she kicked up at him with weak legs, to no avail. "Return my helm and release me at once." "Enough. Time to take a page from old man Yamato's book. Call me a brute. One more time. I will not be cowed. You brew and Haligtree hetis that?" Her words dissolved into terrified gibberish as Kurama burst into existence above them. She was still screaming when he leaned down, pressed his snout to her forehead, and howled in her face. Any defiance poor Loretta might have mustered guttered out in an instant, replaced by tiny sobs of fear. Melenia blinked. She blinked strong. "That is a fox." "Yep." Naruto preened a little, running one hand over his partner's ear. "Say hello, Kurama." "No. Don't mind him, he's just grumpy when it comes to gods." Melenia opened her mouth, closed it, opened it again, but then thought better of it. At length, she shook her head with a rueful smile. "You truly are an unusual man. Lady, you don't know the half of it." Still smiling, he turned his gaze back to Loretta. "What's wrong? Your legs are trembling." She whimpered, but it lacked the rancor of her rage. "They are not. I can hear your knees knocking together. Say it." "Never." Kurama leaned closer, seeking his lips. "You know, I always wondered what an albinoric tasted like." Loretta cast him a wild glance. "You wouldn't. Cease this at once. Make him stop." Naruto shrugged. "Sorry, I really don't have any control over him when he gets like this." The knight whimpered, looked to Melenia, and found no aid there. His shoulders slumped. "Yield." Kurama's grin grew, exposing row upon row of serrated teeth. "Come again." "I yield." Her wail pierced the air. "Please don't eat me. Mercy." "Good girl." The fox leaned back. "Know your place." He'd only just begun to vanish when he heard it. "Help." "What?" Naruto's right ear twitched. "You say something?" Both women looked his way and shook their heads. His frown deepened. "Then what did I just?" He craned his neck, searching for the source. No one else stood in the arena. "Hurts again," that little voice whispered in his ear. "Make stop." Where had that come from? "Help." He could hear it, louder now. "It hurts, hurts, hurts." There. His eyes snapped down, regarding a root he'd nearly tripped over just now. A root that hadn't been there before, grasping at his left leg. Loretta's arena was full of such obstacles paid them little mind until this moment. He could feel something there, a consciousness poking at his mind, prodding him. He knelt and laid a hand on a root, and the world opened up. It was the Haligtree itself, he realized. It was hurting, in pain, wishing to grow, longing to fulfill its purpose, yet unable to do so with red rot writhing within. Like a child in pain, so too did it cry out for help. No, that wasn't quite right. It had been pleading, begging for aid, no one had heard it for centuries. Until him. His sixth sense Kurama allowed him to sense such things, negative emotions, strong feelings, human or otherwise. As he looked on, the root reached up, twining around his wrist, clutching at him. Help. Really, the solution was painfully obvious, even to him. He flattened his good hand on its bark. It's okay. You just need a bit of energy. Don't you dare. Daring. Loretta bridled. Whatever art thou doing, talking to a tree? Shut up. He let Kurama speak through him anew. Or I will eat you. The knight whimpered. A golden claw flowed forth from the stump of his arm and joined his human palm upon the bark. His body blazed gold, eldritch black markings scrawling over his skin. It wasn't difficult to push chakra into it. The Haligtree was an open conduit, ready and waiting for the will to direct it. And so it did. Broke bark flowered beneath his touch. Once withered roots burned as he flooded them with chakra. Distantly he heard Melenia and Loretta gasp, but the sound was distant to him, muted somehow. He guided the Haligtree with his mind, gave it shape and form, directing it upward and outward. Now it fed eagerly on his chakra and Kurama's alike, reminding him of a small infant with a bottle. Once upon a time that chakra had been toxic to all, a corrosion that devoured both mind and body alike. Now, it was life. And he had more than enough to spare. Easy, now, he willed at it. Plenty to go around. Branches bloomed around him. He didn't see them. His attention was elsewhere. More and more it felt as if they were one, like a small part of this tree had taken root deep inside of him. It didn't hurt. Again he was struck by the strange image of a child clinging to their parents. Memories flooded his mind, thoughts not its own, images unseen before. He saw a small sapling watered with blood, watched it grow, falter then, as disease took it, as the scarlet rot festered within, breaking it down, day by day. Hurts. His resolve firmed, and so too did its growth. Up, and up it grew, a great golden bough taking shape beneath. He shooed the poor souls off the tree with his roots, and deposited them upon platforms. But many of those were rotten too, and so he stretched himself yet further. Golden roots reached out, ensnaring all in their path, burning away the rot in their bodies, their minds, their hearts. He didn't stop there. How could he? There was still so much to fix. Down into the pools of rot he delved with the Haligtree's roots, scouring them clean of their fetid filth. Those roots reached out, choking the mindless monsters that dwelled within, creatures that craved naught but death, consuming their lives and feeding them to the tree. An ulcerated tree spirit, rotten and twisted, burst from one such rotten pool. He ripped the rot out of it, healed its wounds, then moved on, barely noticing the gratitude the poor creature sent his ray. On and on he went. He wasn't sure how much time passed after that. Minutes? Hours? Days? It felt like the former, but could have been the latter for all he knew. Finally he was spent. He could give no more. With a gasp he broke the connection and pitched backward. His back struck something warm, softly, and infinitely yielding. It took him a moment to realize Melenia had caught him. His ears were ringing. He couldn't hear her, no, not at first. But he could hear singing, the sound of countless voices rising with trumpets in the distance. No pain. The little voice came back with its broken words, stronger now, rising in chorus with the others. Freedom, joy, happy. Water dripped down onto his face, breaking the link. He looked up and found Melenia weeping over him, even as his chakra returned. No, that wasn't it. Crying, yes, but also laughing. Great heaving sounds tore out of her as she clutched him close. Confusion twisted at his thoughts, but in his exhaustion, he could barely bring himself to think straight. Did I do something wrong? No, she hiccuped softly. You did something terribly right. Still laughing, she reached up and wiped her golden eyes with one hand. You finally completed my brother's work. He blinked. I don't get it. An Erdtree. She spoke the name with naked reverence. You made a second Erdtree. Loretta dropped to her knees, covering her mouth with both hands. This could bring about a new age. How could he have done such a thing? He looked up to see what all the fuss was about and balked. I did that? Indeed, the Haligtree looked over the world still, but now it was much changed. Gold and gilded did it gleam, larger than anything he'd ever seen. He wouldn't be surprised if folks could see it halfway around the world. He had made this, breathed life back into the dying, rotten tree, helped it realize its full potential. Blue eyes squinted against the light, struggling to make sense of it all. In its current state, the Haligtree felt right, pure, as it always should have been. He grinned at his work. And then something else touched his mind in that moment, like oil over water. He didn't miss the way Melenia and Loretta flinched beside him. Usurpers, a voice hissed in his ear with all the searing intensity of the sun, drawing a brief wince from him. What have you done? This trespass will not go unpunished. Piss off. You dare defy the Golden Order. Golden Schmolden, I don't know you are, and I don't give a damn. Now scram. A ponderous pause, and then, so be it. Your new age shall never come to pass. You will perish with the rest. It retreated quickly, leaving him with nothing more than a migraine. What was that? That, Melenia made a face as she held him, was the Elden Beast, or perhaps what remains of the Golden Will. Elden Beast? Greater Will. Thoughts for later. Doesn't matter. We'll take care of it, together. You are very kind. She cupped his face in both hands, leaned in, and pressed her forehead to his. Thank you. It as you say, together, then. Her piece said. She held him tighter still. He didn't think she'd be letting go until he recovered. Naruto tugged at his collar. Was it hot in here, or was it just him? Right. He forced himself to croak out the words. Gotta find your brother first, then we can worry about the rest. Aye, you're right. She granted him an anxious smile and looked away, in embarrassment or shame, he knew not. I believe he was taken by a man called Mohg, his half-brother. The last I saw of him, he was calling himself the Lord of Blood. His servants are the war surgeons, the men in white masks. Masks, you say? Loretta perked up, finally finding her words at last. I slew such a man here, once. She dipped a hand into her pouch and withdrew a blood-red medallion, leaning against him to present it unto Melenia herself. He had this in his possession. Melenia leaned in, eyes blazing like twin suns. You had such a device all along, and never thought to tell me. I did not know its purpose, the night whined. I had no desire to disturb you from your slumber. Wait. Naruto sat up, reaching for it. Let me see that. The moment he touched the medallion, something stirred, and their world spun away. What sorcery is this? Their landing was not a pleasant one, Melenia found, not by any means or measure. Indeed, that wretched bloody medallion seemed to take spiteful pleasure in whisking the three of them away to God's nowhere. One moment they stood before a newborn Erdtree, the sum of her brother's ambitions finally realized, fingers brushing the corroded sigil in Loretta's grasp. In the next a hideous red sigil flashed. Time stopped. Reality folded as they vanished and reappeared. Somewhere else. Melenia broke free first and crashed backward, falling strong on her rear as she hadn't since she was a child. How embarrassing. Shame seared through her restored face beneath her dented helm, but she felt she could be somewhat forgiven for such a faux pas, given her companions were each in a similar state. Not a stone's throw away, Naruto was sprawled atop a series of stone steps. A dazed Loretta lay DD across his lap, each thoroughly out of sorts thanks to the sudden teleportation, until quite suddenly, one of them wasn't. The blonde raised his head. Piercing blue eyes narrowed, saw the compromising position that the knight of the Haligtree had landed in. Whiskered cheeks dimpled in a scowl. Off. He arched his back and bucked with gusto, all but skipping up the steps arse over legs. The impact didn't so much wound the knight as it did her pride. It certainly roused her from her interdimensional stupor and had her springing to her feet. She glared angry green daggers at him, and he, blue ones at her. Almost instantly, they were at each other's throats again, nearly forehead to forehead. Brute, she seethed through clenched teeth. How dare you kick me there? Hast thou no respect for a lady? You're one to talk, he snapped back, all but spitting sparks. You were sitting on my... Melenia tuned them out and cast a glance about, trying to quell her anxiety. Her surroundings and the lake of blood did little to assuage her concerns. A FLC curring strong of golden grace gleamed in the distance just shy of the steps. Yet despite its holy presence, this place felt tainted, twisted. It wasn't just the false night sky, nor the looming cavernous ceiling overhead, or even the scent of blood clogging her nose and throat. It went well beyond that. Her gaze raked over the dilapidated ruins in which they found themselves. She felt something more. She opened her senses to it and nearly recoiled on the spot. Almost immediately her mind found itself assaulted by a torrent of bloody blades, as if some great and terrible thing actively sought to carve up her thoughts and make them bleed. The rot writhed within her, sensing a rival, another presence akin to its own, and thrice as twisted. Melenia closed herself off from it, adjusted her helm, and quirked a brow at the sundered sky. Something was terribly wrong here. She felt another presence tug at her, then it began as a whisper. She ignored it, determined not to give the rot or whatever that other thing was a foothold in her mind. Yet it persisted still, first a whisper, then a word, followed by a shout, calling to her, screaming now, begging to be heard and help me, sister, help me. Reality cracked like a whip. She knew this presence. She knew that voice. Brother. There was no response, not even the faintest of whispers. Panic ripped the reins of her body from her grasp, and she surged forward, bowling a startled Loretta down in her haste to move. Her knight cried out in surprise as Naruto caught her. Melenia scarcely heard it. The sound was faint, distant, muted to her ears. Melenia heard not. Her false legs propelled her forward, shooting her past her companions to send her arrowing up the stairs. Twisted creatures tried to bar her path. Shambling corpses, bloody albinorics, wretched men in robes. They sought to slow her, halt her, prevent egress. She cut them down and moved on. None of them mattered. Any who tried to stop her were doomed to die, and die they did by the dozens. She carved through them all, not caring a jot for their fates. Because he was here. Mquella, Mquella, Mquella. She could sense him, and he could sense her. He was so weak. All the world descended into a bloody red haze. There was only her and her sword, her blade mowing down all who dared to impede her. Had to keep moving, couldn't stop, mustn't stop. Up she went, ever ascending, heedless of anything else but the way forward. All the while her heart railed at her, cursing her for her foolishness. Her fault. All her fault, all of it, every bit of it. How long had he been here? How long had he suffered while she slumbered? No more. Not one moment more. Something grabbed at her wrist. Instinct howled. Melenia whirled, swinging her blade. It slammed into them through Naruto's right shoulder. He stood there before, startled, blue eyes bulging in thinly concealed pain as blood flew through the air. He'd left himself wide open, exposed, his guard down when it should have been raised. Perhaps he hadn't expected her to strike. Maybe he had. Who could say? It did precious little to dull the horror as her blade parted his flesh like butter. She could see it in his eyes, the disbelief, the unspoken question in his gaze. Why? Loretta clambered up the steps behind, saw the sight and screamed. My lady? No. Melenia drew back with a cry, nearly wailing in disbelief. This isn't what it looks like. I didn't mean. She tried to retreat, only to realize she could not. The sword was quite literally a part of her false arm, forged at the wrist by Mquella himself, so that she might go unarmed. Instead of escaping, her feverish attempts only worsened the wound. She would have to detach her hand just to get away. And still Naruto continued to stare at her. In a moment of blind panic, she reached up to just remove her false arm, fumbling for the catch. She didn't care if it left her vulnerable. She had to get away. She couldn't bear to look at him, to meet his eyes, to live with what she'd done. Even if she'd been a right state at the time, that was no excuse for her to. It's all right. Calmly, the battered blonde reached up with his good hand, grabbed her sword, and tore it out his collarbone. Blood spattered the floor to stain the hem of her battle dress. Loretta gagged in the background, yet for all that he whiskered warrior didn't flinch. Still bleeding, heedless of his grievous wound, he stepped forward to take Melenia's hand. Her human hand. Her brain blanked. Melenia tried to rally her thoughts as a general would her troops. Truly, she did. Yet she found herself unable. Such a simple gesture should have undone her so. She was Melenia, blade of Mquella. She had never known defeat well, not until recently, but still, the point stood. Naruto squeezed her palm and her end fizzled all over again. "You're all right," he repeated, his voice a dulcet balm for her ragged nerves. "Don't worry, I'm fine. It'll take more than this to kill me, you know." You. Yet again her tongue failed her. She looked to and fro, eyes nearly rolling in a panic. "How are you still?" "Alive, standing, breathing, all of those things. How?" "You're worried about your brother, I get it." He used her arm as leverage to tug her into a one-armed embrace. "I know it hurts. I know you want to scream." Much to her chagrin, those merry blue eyes didn't hold even single bit of blame for her, not a one. "But if you rush off like this, you'll get yourself killed. Just calm down. Breathe. We're here for you. We'll find him. You, me, and Madame Fussabritches over thee." Loretta seethed, but wisely, didn't protest. "I'm sorry. Gods above." Melenia hated being tall. She towered over him, even when he was hugging her. "The fault lies with me." Her chin came down on his head, and she found herself clinging to him like the girl she'd never had the chance to be. "I hurt you." "Nah, this," he grinned up at her, still bleeding all over the floor. "Just a scratch." Now wasn't the time for jokes. "Your bloody shoulder's nearly fallen off. Just calm down and—" "Calm?" Melenia wanted to shout at him, to rave and rail and weep and laugh and beg his forgiveness all at once. How could she be calm when her brother was here? When she had hurt the one person who'd sworn to help her find him? No, she needed action. The very same action that had nearly cut her partner in half just now, and oh gods above we wash is smiling. "Look, I'm fine." Naruto's cherubic smile gained a decidedly impish quality just then. "Watch. Kurama? Little help here?" Golden light pulsed throughout his body, a ripple in a pond. She looked down over his mangled shoulder and watched his wound close, saw the steam flowing forth from the tattered flesh as his body undid the injury. With moments it was hale and whole as it had ever been. He gave it a little roll for emphasis, taut muscles bunching and moving with ease. "See?" he grinned, causing her heart to skip a beat. Right as rain. Her guilt yet remained, twisting her heart apart. Her emotions bubbled, and the rot rose within her to gnaw at his arm. Naruto didn't flinch as it tried to consume him. If anything, he looked mildly amused by his ambition, like a parent letting a child gnaw on their arm. Even with his skin peeled and the bone of his knuckles revealed, he still held her, uncaring of the hideous pain he must be in. Melenia couldn't even begin to imagine it. "Release me," she squirmed in his grasp, to no avail. "The scarlet rot will take your hand." "Not a chance." His eyes flashed with fire, and something her skipped a beat. "In fact, I think it's about to buzz off." His voice rumbled then, as something far greater spoke with him. Reminded of the golden avatar of death, this young man in her arms could become. The rot receded. Within a matter of moments, his hand was hale and hearty once more, and still gripping hers, the absolute madman. "Right, then." He beamed at her and tugged her. "Let's go save your brother, eh?" Loretta sank to her knees, whimpered behind them. "Monster. He's an absolute monster." A blonde brow quirked over his shoulder at her. "This from the woman who can conjure magic and a steed out of thin air," says the man holding a goddess's hand. Melenia's golden eyes flitted to the fingers still laced within her own. Ah, how kind of Loretta to remind her of that. She'd almost forgotten. In the wake of those words her cheeks began to burn all over again. He really was holding her hand quite often, wasn't he? So forward. Was this how people were in this era? She'd slept so long. How things must have changed. Was she out of touch? No. Focus. She could dwell upon this later. Much later. Naruto wasn't in danger here. Mquella was. She could feel her brother, her twin, her everything, her all, growing weaker with each passing moment. Perhaps sensing her discontent, Naruto turned his gaze back to her. I know. You want to see your brother. We'll go together. All three of us." He released her hand at last, boo, and stooped to help a listless Loretta to her feet. "I promised I'd help. Remember? Whiskered cheeks dimpled in a bemused frown now as he looked to the temple above. "This is a bit earlier than I expected, but that doesn't mean I'm going to leave you to it. Come on." The knight huffed and looked away from him. At least you have some semblance of honor, knave. He CLC'd his tongue at her. And you have no sense of self-preservation. Loretta sputtered, face gone red. What's that supposed to mean? Figure it out. Naruto paid her little heed. He was already moving for the steps. Melenia matched his stride, leaving the flustered knight to follow in their wake. Calm. Melenia willed at her hammering heart. Be calm. Yes, she could do that. She was calm. Whatever horrors lay ahead, she wouldn't have to face them alone. She'd nearly forgotten it in her frenzy. Loretta was nothing if not loyal, and Naruto had proven himself a friend 10 times over. An insidious little voice cooed at her. Just a friend. She hissed at her traitorous thoughts and kept walking. In short order they found another lift, this one guarded by another bloody noble with yet more wretched monsters. Loretta must have been seething after all the humiliation she'd endured thus far, because she was quick to conjure her astral greatbow, plant her feet, knock 3 giant arrows to its string, draw them back, charge them up, and die, the knight howled, positively incandescent with rage. All of you, just die. The twisted monstrosities raised their weapons and turned to face the enraged knight too late. Loretta let her arrows fly with a cry. Then another trio right behind it, followed by yet a third, 9 wicked missiles in all. They struck as one. Melenia raised her false arm in a vain attempt to shield her face from the sheer eruption of blue light that followed. It did nothing to ward off the awful ringing that came in its wake. Wind whipped forth, casting her hair back as she and Naruto squinted into the haze. The latter titled his head with a whistle to regard the smoking ruin where their enemies once stood. Looked to Loretta now, her eyes wild, chest still heaving for air. Back to the crater that had housed no less than a dozen enemies not a moment before. All right. At length, he clapped his hands and shook his head. That settles it. Magic is bullshit in this world. Loretta stalked past him, every step a stomp. And don't you forget it. I certainly won't be forgetting that earache anytime soon. The ghost of a smile touched Melenia's face. It almost made the ride up the lift bearable. Almost. Up went the lift. The seconds that passed were still torture, the waiting more so. She could sense her brother now, close enough to touch. Couldn't this thing move any faster? We can help you, little bud. Despite her best efforts not to, Melenia flinched. The rot couldn't it? A part of her wanted to give in to the goddess. Let her wings bloom once more, hurtle onward, come what may. Such power could be of great use in the battle to come. Surely that wretched Mohg awaited them at the top. If she could steer her power his way, would that not be worth the risk? The more she used the rot, the stronger its hold grew over her. There could be no doubts as to what it wanted from her. From the world. It would do to the lands between what it had done to Caelid. But if she could control it. Good girl. Let us offer you an accord. Naruto laid a hand on hers and the world snapped back. Melenia looked to him. He didn't say a word. Didn't have to. There was no judgment in his gaze, only silent understanding. In an instant she made her decision. No. No. Foolish child, you know not what you refuse. Even so. At last the lift creaked to a halt, shepherding them to their destination. An open arch awaited them, and an open expanse beyond. Melenia passed through the former without hesitation. Upturned cobblestones shifted underfoot, wretched and uneven, burning with dying embers to warm her feet. Melenia had witnessed many a grisly sight during the shattering. She'd seen armies routed, bodies ripped apart by Raidon in the dozens and left to rot. Massacres on a scale that would make Morgoth himself flinch. She'd seen cruelty and betrayal in spades, the abominations birthed by blasphemy and grafting alike, lost good soldiers and friends to the ravages of war. The horror before her exceeded them all. This wasn't a temple. Not at all, she realized. It was a tomb. Because there, beyond the gravestones at the end of it all, atop an altar hewn from the innards of the Haligtree itself, lay a cocoon. Something was jutting out of a long crack etched within. It almost looked like... Loretta gasped. Naruto stilled beside her. Is that? No. The word tumbled from Melenia's lips. No, no, no. She tottered forward on trembling legs. Her companions followed behind, flanking her on either side, ready for an ambush. But none came. Mohg was nowhere to be seen. In his absence, no one challenged them. She was able to stumble up the steps to the altar without being impeded in the least. Just as well, too, because the moment she reached the cocoon touched it, the fight flew out of her. She saw it all. Mquella's final resting place, a long, misshapen arm dangling within, grasping in vain for the sky. Someone had forced a ring onto one of its remaining fingers, so small that it had pierced the skin itself. When the tears came, she couldn't fight them. They rolled down her cheeks as the first sob rattled her body. This cannot be ... It mustn't be. Trembling fingers reached up to cup his arm. Mquella. She fell to her knees before him. Brother of mine, what has become of you? Naruto knelt beside her. For a moment she thought he might try to tear her away. But no, he reached to her brother's hand, guided it down, grasped the ring upon his finger, and pried it off. He cast it down without even a second thought, leaving it to clatter to the floor at Melenia's feet. The noise reactivated her, and though she questioned the ring's removal, she soon understood why. She could sense her brother again. Had the ring muffled his presence somehow? Dark magic. Loretta spat. The trinket is charmed. She muttered a cantrip and a faint blue shimmered across its surface. Here, my lady. The spell is undone. Melenia accepted it numbly and slid it down her glove. The ring didn't matter. Mquella did. She could feel his life force fading, slipping away. Nah. He'd restored her eyes. Earlier, he was a healer. He could do something, surely. Do something, please. No price would be too great, no sacrifice too much. For the first time since she'd met him, Naruto's smile vanished. I'm not sure if I can. He knelt and raised his good arm. A golden claw burst from the stump of the other, serving as a facsimile. He pressed both against the cocoon. A thin, reedy cry came from within. Mquella's arm twitched in response, drooping down at their feet. Then it began to bleed. She almost dared to hope. Mquella? Brother, can you hear me? That ain't him. Move, my lady. We must away. Naruto and Loretta all but spoke as one as they grabbed her by the arms and yanked her backward. Melenia kicked out furiously with both legs, trying to resist, but her grief had weakened her for the moment, and they took full advantage to haul her down the steps to safety. What were they doing? Could they not see? Her brother was wounded. He needed help. Why was his arm glowing? Because the blood had begun to pool at their feet, growing larger now. From within that putrid bloody puddle, a monster emerged. At first Melenia couldn't quite comprehend its bulk, not with its back turned, its dark shadow rising from the depths, until it took shape. Dripping in her brother's blood, he rose on bent knee to caress her twin's distended limb. Dearest Mquella, withered lips dared to kiss that deformed hand, then touch a horned head to those withered fingers. You must abide alone a while. His voice was a low rasp, deep and throaty. Melenia knew it well. Once upon a time, she had pitied it. Now she loathed it. He was taller than she remembered, more twisted than before, clad in embossed robes of red and dark blue and gold. But no matter how one might dress up a monster, it was a monster still. Her eyes flashed. Him. It was all his fault. If only she'd known. If only she'd seen. If only. Let us in. Take your revenge. The rot whispered in her ear. Slay him. This is right. This is justice. She clasped a hand to her head and grit her teeth against it. No. This was her kill. It would not be stolen from her. Naruto hissed beside her. What the actual hell? The newcomer pivoted and her thoughts dissolved completely. Welcome, honored guests, it rasped in a twisted, guttural growl. To the birthplace of our Mohg paused, saw who stood before him. Oh, dear. Mohg. A furious shriek rent the air. In hindsight, it might have been a name. Indeed, it took Melenia an eternity to realize the voice belonged to her. By then, she'd already lunged forward and slammed her sword through her accursed half-brother's stomach. His squeal of pained panic was sweet, sweet music to her ears. The sheer force of her blow sent them skidding away from Mquella's cocoon, all but impaling the larger demigod against a pillar. She wasn't prepared for the laughter that followed. And so the sister shows herself at last. Mohg leaned forward with a hiss, heedless of the blade in his gut, of the fact that she'd skewered him like a pig, of the pain he must be in, of anything but her. His lone eye blazed down into her own, blazing a baleful, bloody red. I had wondered when you might come. Even his breath reeked of accursed blood. Alas, you are too late. Mquella is now mine and mine alone. He shall be reborn as the great Mohgwyn and bless this world with blood." Fury frothed in her veins as she twisted her blade. "He was not yours to take." Of course he was. He only laughed at her, still making no effort to attack despite his grievous. "He was always mine. The formless mother has shown me thus." Melenia glimpsed at FLC curve movement in the reflection of her blade. Saw Loretta materialize soundlessly above Mohg, slamming her warsicle down at his head. It was a good blow, delivered with all the speed and grace of her kind. There was no chance of him evading, not while she held him like this. A quick death? He didn't deserve such, but it would do. Mohg reached around and caught the edge of her weapon without looking. "Pitiful," he scoffed. "A knight thinks she can slay a god?" Then he yanked. In the same seamless movement, he whirled with both weapon and wielder as a bludgeon. Melenia had all of an instant to grit her teeth and brace. Then she found herself ripped away, inadvertently freeing the loathsome omen from the pillar to which he'd been found. Clawed fingers raked across the air in their wake, conjuring a wave of fiery blood to scald their flesh. The pillar she drilled him into. Yet another intruder. He tittered with an affable smile, teetering back on one foot as he righted himself. "My, but I've had so many of them today." Loretta dragged herself upright, clutching her dented breastplate. "How is he still?" "Alive?" Mohg scoffed and touched a hand to the hole she'd left him, still dripping red. "Did you think this would kill me? My mother craves wounds. You've only made me stronger." Naruto stepped after her, good arm already sparking gold. "I'll show you strong, Usanuva." "No," Melenia rounded on him with wild eyes. "He is mine to finish. Save my brother. Nothing else matters." "Yes, yes," Mohg barked out a raspy laugh, startling her terribly. "By all means, hasten my lord's ascension. She has foretold this moment." Melenia hesitated. Her beloved blonde didn't waver, however, bless his sweet soul. He trusted her to do what needed to be done. Rather than retort, he knelt before Mquella's cocoon. His hand glowed gold, and a nebulous light spread from his body. Another thin, reedy cry escaped the confines of her twin's container. Blue eyes FLC'd her way, then back to his work. Mohg preened at it. "Can you hear it? The time approaches. A shame you won't be here when he wakes." "You took him." Melenia dove after him, rot writhing within her once again. "Why?" "To help him ascend." Mohg's trident speared at the sky as he blocked her advance. She tore into him and, infuriatingly, he refused to falter. "A new dynasty will come, one born in blood, and I shall be its herald." Another wave of scalding blood hurled her away before she could truly take the fight to him, forcing her to retreat lest she lose her eyes. Rather than pursue, he flung his arms toward the false sky of the cavern with a mad cackle. "I can see it, plain as day. The Golden Order shall drown in an ocean of blood. Our dynasty begins as the formless mother ascends." He was insane, stark raving mad, yet sane enough to know what he'd done. "Do you see now? Such is the will of his goddess." The rot whispered to her again, its voice the low buzz of countless insects in her ear. The formless mother has ever been a hedonistic creature who craves only pain and her own pleasure. "You are no better." "Am I not?" It almost sounded affronted as she clashed with Mohg again. "I merely wish to usher in the great rebirth of this world. Mohg is as much an enemy to me as he is to thee. Use me. Worry not, I shan't take thy side again. As you didn't take my legs and arms." The distraction cost her. She dodged that blazing trident a hair too late. It ripped past and punctured her ribs. She struck back just as fast, her great rune enabling her to heal in time. Sacrifices must be made. She didn't want to give in. She FLC'd a gaze to her companions. Loretta lay on the ground, one leg twisted beneath her, clutching her chest for air as she fumbled for a flask of crimson tears. She whistled for her steed and mounted it instead. Naruto was still working to restore Mquella, his focus consumed entirely on the task at hand, just as she'd asked. It seemed to be taking his every effort. She could see him trembling from here. She couldn't keep looking to him for aid whenever she failed. Her pride howled at the thought. And yet what an althehels. Her eyes bulged as the unthinkable occurred. Mquella's distended hand whipped around with blinding speed, grabbed her ally, and yanked him into the no-golden cocoon. The crack in it closed, trapping both her brother and erstwhile partner within. Just like that, Naruto was gone. Blast it all, Loretta snarled and knocked an arrow to her bow. What was he thinking? Mohg slapped her shot aside and cut down the knight's spectral steed, cleaving it in twine to hurl the albinoric woman back to the ground. Now he was fast advancing on the woman himself. His bloodied trident CC'd back for another one-armed swing that would surely pierce her through. There was no time. Naruto was occupied. She was too far away now. She'd not make in time. Not as she was. She still hadn't recovered from her last was only one thing for it. Her helm struck the ground. Loretta raised an arm to shield her face, and the crimson flower of Scarlet Ionia speared into Mohg's body like a thunderbolt. His trident swept wide, missing Loretta's head by the merest of margins, raking sparks across the stone floor. Credit where it was due, the twisted creature reacted quickly, even as his good eye bulged, even as his body pivoted doubtless to fling himself away from the glorious explosion of wrought Melenia tracked with the movement and struck true. A long leg caught his chin, heel cracking across his face. Momentum reaped its bloody toll and left unchecked his body crashed backward, hurtling through a series of tombstones. Loretta slumped down at her feet with a haggard sigh, utterly unaware of just how close she'd come to death. Less so as Melenia landed before her. It felt good, letting go again. Stretching her wings, letting the rot burn away all her hesitation, all her weakness, all her fear. Too good. She'd need to end this before she lost herself completely. It was only a matter of would not be a second Caelid. She refused to let that travesty occur once more. My lady? She FLC'd a glance down at Loretta, at this tiny little light that had sworn herself to her. She seemed so small now that she'd ascended, fragile. Wide green eyes blinked up at her. Already, her armor had begun to rust merely by kneeling in her presence. Even now she could see corrosion creeping across the consecrated metal. Time was of the essence. She'd not last long, maybe a minute, once the rot reached her skin. Flee. She spoke, perhaps a bit harsher than she meant to. This is a battle between demigods. You have no place here. Her knight flinched as if she'd been struck. I cannot abandon you. I am not asking you to. Her gaze drifted to the glowing cocoon that contained her brother. And now, Naruto. He was still in there, somewhere. Help him. Loretta firmed her lips like the child she still was at heart. Melenia didn't get the chance to hear her answer. A torrent of cursed blood hurtled their way. She deflected it with on one wing and waded in, eager to put some much-needed distance between her and her faithful follow. Loretta made no move to pursue. Eventually she heard the girl drag herself toward Mquella's altar. Good. Distance would do wonders for the rot. So long as she remained apart from her in this state, she would be fine, hopefully. Finally, Mohg lowered his arm and righted himself with a neurophoric leer. You show your true face, I shall feed you to Mohgwyn's cocoon as well. He'd planned this, the fiend. His name is Mquella. That twisted spear swept her way. Your compliance isn't a factor here, dear sister. Fool. He'd pay for those words. Melenia smiled at him, full of venom, rot rising once more. Nor is yours. She launched herself headlong at Mohg. Her wretched sibling had made it to his feet by the time she reached him. She graciously gave him the chance to counterattack, if only to see his face when she broke him. Sure enough, his tainted trident swept in to take her head. She effortlessly parried it with her false, breaking his stance wide open. From there she flowed in, up, and around him, all but mounting his back to grip him by the horns. Rot sizzled at his skull, drawing a gasp from him as they grappled. I'm sorry, she cooed in his ear. Does this hurt? Would seem so. Rotten wings buffeted him as she soared up, dragging her kin with her. Then she came crashing down with vindictive force to smash his hideous face into the cobblestones. His gasp brought her more pleasure than 1,000 deaths. Laughter spilled out of her as she reveled in his cries of pain. Once, twice, thrice did she force his face to be intimate with the ground in a way no demigod desired. Clawed hands scrabbled at her, to no avail. She relished every second of his agony. Every second. She hissed into his ear, fingers digging into his horned scalp. Every indignity you visited upon Mquella, I shall repay tenfold. Mohg arched his spine and heaved, hurling her away. Melenia alighted lazily in the air, wings spread to control her fall. Good, good. He still had some fight in him. After all, it wouldn't do to break him so early in the game. He shouldn't die quick. He must suffer first. Slowly. Painfully. finally found enough leverage, bucked his back and heaved, forcing her away with a torrent of accursed blood. She leaped upright into the air, watching his good eye widen as she hung there, defying gravity. Yes, fear. The rot sang in her veins. He should fear you. All should. Then she dove at him. Her rotten waterfowl dance was a savage thing to behold. She slashed at him, all grace forgotten, all pretense abandoned in her rage. Once, twice, thrice, she flew into a whirlwind of blows and kept swinging, kept driving her sword into his body, screaming all the while. Mohg thrashed about himself like a wild beast with his trident, but he couldn't escape her. She harried him relentlessly, never once giving him to recover. She hit him again, and again and again. A raw cry tore out of her as she sought to cut him apart. Mohg would die a death of 1,000 cuts. Satisfaction seared through her, dark and sinister. She would have her way. You will not take him from me. Mohg straightened suddenly, gripping his trident with both hands. Her with a feint and flung her away. I will not fall here, Trez. His weapon speared the sky. A ring of blood coalesced around her. Melenia ignored it and continued to savage him. Duo, he rasped, buckling beneath her rot. Blood flew forth. 2 rings now. Her blade bit deep, nearly taking his arm. Still, he chanted on. Unius. That last word held an awful finality to it, enough to give her pause. 3 rings circled her now, their barbs facing inward toward her exposed form. But there was no pain. And there wouldn't be if she had anything to say about it. She surged forward, determined to have his head before he enacted whatever sordid scheme he'd concocted. He turned a crazed grin on her. Nile. Everything went red as Mohg's trident stabbed forth, wounding the very world. With it, the first ring stabbed into Melenia's body. Her body buckled beneath into 1,000 wounds, driving her to a knee. No matter. She grit her teeth and forced herself upright long enough to take his right arm. He didn't even flinch, and here, a FLC cur of fear touched her at the last. So long as she counterattacked, these wounds meant nothing, didn't they? Nile. Another thrust, staggering her, sending pain blazing through her very soul. Blood fountained forth from her lips as she looked on. He regrew his lost limb before her very eyes. How? He hadn't even touched her. Mohg gripped his trident with both hands. Nile. Darkness crept in at the edge of her vision as the final ring pierced her ribs, sundering what remained of her armor, bringing her crashing down to her knees. Ebony wings burst forth from her brother's back to rip through his robes, showering her in dark feathers. Frantic, she retaliated in kind with her own power, blighting the stonework before him, forcing him to choose between safety back or death. Imagine her surprise when he stormed through, unaffected. His trident swept in, blazing with tainted blood. This ends, sister. Couldn't move in time. Clang. There was no pain. Why? Why wasn't there pain? Melenia looked up. Oi. Naruto stood before her. One hand gripped the largest spike of the spear, holding that deadly edge despite its wicked blood flame. His body bled much as hers did, but unlike her his wounds were already healing, closing, mending before her very eyes. He'd recovered. Of course he had. The beast within wouldn't let him die. That was a clever trick you played back there. Merry blue eyes beamed up at Mohg as he held the spear at bay. Congrats. It's been a while since someone took me by surprise, you know? Mohg balked, lone eye bulging in seething disbelief. Why were you not consumed by the cocoon? Meh. Naruto's grin was all teeth. Struck a bargain. Mquella's a pretty chill guy. Also, really angry with you right now, so I gave him a loner. He made a pinching motion with his fingers. Just for a bit. Melenia blinked. Whatever was a loner. Baffled, she cast a frantic glance back to her twin's cocoon and found Loretta beside it crouched on her hindquarters, hastily removing her corroded armor. The Onsipure Chrysalis beside her glowered no longer. She soon saw the reason why. The gaping hole her companion had torn through it to escape. Her brother's long emaciated limb was nowhere to be seen. At first she feared the worst. But no, there was something in there all the same. She glimpsed someone sprawled within its womb, something smaller, slender. Could it be? I know you're kind. Naruto's voice snapped her back to reality, and for a moment, it sounded as if Mquella himself were speaking with him. Pity is wasted on your ilk. He stepped in, glowering at the bloodied omen like the little ant he was. You think you can just waltz in and take whatever you want. But for all your schemes, you made one fatal mistake. That's right, you forgot about one thing. For a fleeting instant, Melenia could have sworn she saw her twin's spectral form standing over his shoulder. Mohg failed to see it, fool that he was. And what would that be? Blue eyes shone with unalloyed gold. You messed with my family, Mohg, and for that. Naruto stepped forward, and with a grunt of surprise, Mohg found himself forced to retreat. He advanced again, frog marking the wretched omen backwards. One step now, then two, followed by 3, 4. Although her accursed half-brother strained against him, it was all for naught. Muscles bunched and strained, yet for all his newfound strength, he was as helpless before him as she'd been back in the Haligtree. You like transformations, do you? Blue eyes glistened as he glared up at him. I've got a few, too. Want to see? Mohg scoffed. Changing the color of your eyes will not grant you victory. Maybe not. Naruto bobbed his head in acknowledgement. Growing wings won't save you either. Say, his face brightened suddenly, I've got a joke for you. What did the fist say to the face? Mohg blinked. What? Nope. Punch. I don't undierg? Words dissolved into so much gibberish as Naruto's fist scythed upward. Mohg's body went with it, snapping back with an audible crack. Fangs flew through the air as he did a FLC curve movement above him, and then up he came down again as he crashed into the ground. It was too much to hope that would kill him. Sure enough, the one-eyed omen righted himself with a sneer. Do you intend to fight me with such weakness, boy? Fight you? Naruto's smile turned colder than the mountaintops of the giants. No, I want to kill you. He jabbed a finger over his shoulder. So does he, for the record. Usually ain't the kind to advocate for that sort of thing, but since he's in no shape to deal with you at the moment, well. Mohg stilled, seeing something Melenia didn't. No. Naruto tilted his head, but rather than a crass retort, he wore a strange smile instead. Quiver, Mohg. Thy time has come. When he walked his way, the omen stumbled back, shaking his head. No, no. Whatever is the matter, brother of mine? Naruto continued to smile, but there was a bitter, sardonic edge to it that he could never wear. Aren't you pleased to see me after all this time? No, 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 Mohg thrashed about with his trident, spitting blood. Mquella was to be mine. I am his consort. You cannot have him. Yours? A light laugh pierced the false knight. I was never yours. He paused, looked down. And this one has already been claimed by mine sister. Patted his bare chest. Now? I really should make sure he doesn't come back to an injured body. Melenia flushed and risked a glance back as Mohg lunged, screaming obscenities. She spied Loretta moving in her peripherals. The albinoric woman was setting her leg, clutching a trembling flask of crimson tears in hand. Her gaze shifted back to the brawl unfolding behind her, and in a moment she understood. Naruto was stalling for them, she realized, running his mouth, buying them time to recover and regroup. That sweet, silly boy. Did he intend to fight him alone? Too? What was the phrase? Solo him? The flask of crimson tears bumped against her leg. Loretta must have rolled it away. Golden eyes rolled in mild exasperation. Such a stubborn girl. She knocked it back and drank, wincing as her wounds closed. A roar pierced the air, and she turned in time to see both men blur again. There was blood, of course. So much blood. They ripped and tore into one another like the giants of old, caring naught for their wounds, seeking only to slay one another. There was no place for her to leap in, no moment that she might seize upon, chance to intervene. She could do naught but watch the chaos unfolded. Naruto had that beast inside him, but Mohg was empowered by an outer god, just as she was. His wings gained him the high ground, one he used to devastating effect, sweeping down upon him time and time again to shower him with accursed blood. For all the good it did him, Naruto had been a warrior before. Empowered, guided by Mquella as he seemed to be now, such tainted filth had no effect on him. Indeed, he seemed to make a point of wading through it, just to mock him. Fool, Mohg dove low again, parrying a blow that would have surely ripped his head from his shoulders and retaliated, seeking to skewer him. The formless mother fights with me. We are one. You cannot win. All shall fear Mohgwyn and rejoice. A hand grasped the sacred spear midswing, holding fast. Firm fingers gripped. It shattered in his palm, leaving him clutching 3 feet of ruined metal. The blonde stopped smiling. Let me ask you, does an omen like yourself ever experience fear? Mohg stumbled back, gripping his ruined weapon. Never. More's the pity, I suppose. Mquella. Clenched knuckles barreled into his twisted visage, warping his cry into a howl of pain. A broken horn struck the ground. Naruto didn't gloat. He blurred. One moment he was before Mohg, the next he alighted between his massive shoulders. A bare foot planted itself against the omen's twisted spine. In the same instant, golden claws seized his wings. No, Mohg thrashed, eye bulging in its socket. Not like this, I cannot be bested. I am Mohg. I am inevitable. And we do not care. A mighty tear ripped the wings free and sent the ugly omen skidding away on his face. Naruto stalked at him, uncaring of the burning blood nipping at his feet. Reached down, grasped Mohg by the head. No, she realized, not his head. Dearest Mohg, do you know what 10 pounds of torque does to a human and/or omen ear? Mohg whimpered, the sound muffled against the stone. No. He snarled. Let me show you. Mohg screamed. Under any other circumstances, Melenia might have felt bad for him. Few deserved to suffer so, but he'd taken Mquella, ripped him out of the Haligtree and turned him into this thing. No pain was too great. No power too much, no punishment too severe. The rot within her urged her to act, and she would, after he suffered a bit more. I'm sorry, I really am. A startled laugh burst out of Naruto's puppeteered body. I really should have finished you off by now. I'm just so angry. He touched a hand to his head, chortling softly. In fact, I can't remember the last time I was this furious. It's those eyes. You have the same eyes. Like him. No, they're different. Mohg scrambled back like a drunken crab, trying to scuttle to safety. What are you? What's inside you? A golden palm rose. You'll never know. Begone. Black light swelled from his fingertips, forming a singular sphere as large as Mohg was tall. Still it grew, dwarfing them all. An awful keening noise filled the air. That giant fox from before Kurama returned with a bloody vengeance now, jaws gaping wide. No more words were given. No taunts issued, no threats made. He let the sphere fly. The world burned with a rush of black light, and Mohg ceased to be. In the aftermath, Melenia blinked the spots from her eyes. He could have used that against her, she realized, wiped her out at any time. And yet he hadn't. Just what was he? Phew, that was a trip. Naruto cracked his knuckles, rolled his shoulders once, and bounced in place. Ouch, he grunted, working a kink out his neck. Not used to somebody moving my body about like that. What did I miss? He looked left, right now, then frowned. Geez, he really went nuts, didn't he? Guess that's what I get for loaning myself out like that. All's well that ends well, I guess. Melenia tried to speak. Gibberish flowed forth instead. Loretta huffed at him. You stole my kill. Secured, came the cheeky response. I secured it. Ha ha ha. A low wheeze pierced the haze. Naruto pivoted, one arm flung out to protect her and Loretta alike. But he needn't have. The blow never came. Melenia followed his gaze and nearly gagged. Mohg lay sprawled against the cocoon. Well, what was left of him? He'd lost much of his lower torso, his legs, and an arm besides. Barely a quarter of him remained. That he even drew breath at all was a miracle. Anyone could see he wasn't long for this world. Yet still he laughed. Ah, I can see it, clear as day. The coming of our dynasty. A glazed eye rolled back. Focused on Naruto. You're him, aren't you? The one he spoke of, Naruto Uzumaki. The blonde stilled at her side. How do you know my... Oh, yes. The omen rattled out a raspy breath. He told me all about you, that you would try to stop me. Sasuke, he grabbed him by the collar. Where is he? You're too late. He's long gone. Another raspy cackle pierced the air as Naruto let him go. I think he wanted to kill me, but his companion wouldn't let him. Ah, such a beauty she was. He reached for the sky with his hand, fingers grasping for something they couldn't see. To see her again, but alas, I go now to be with the formless mother. Together, we shall rise again, to remake this world. No. Melenia seized his head between both hands, gripping him firmly. Peace was the last thing he deserved. Let your flesh be consumed by the scarlet rot, you twisted wretch. His lone eye widened. No. Yes, she snarled. Now suffer, as I have suffered. He tried to struggle, tried to cry out, but it availed him not. Mohg's screams turned to agonized gurgles as his tongue fused with the back of his throat. The power of the formless mother was great indeed, but so too was the goddess of wrath that lived in her veins. Melenia was quite happy to take that power and turn it on the monster that had taken Mquella from her. She was at her peak, and he, a wounded shell of his former self. The outcome was never in question. Still she kept squeezing, pouring all her wrath into him, until finally, his body dissolved into a festering puddle at her feet. She glared at his remains, turned her head aside, and spat into its murky depths. Lord of blood indeed, her lip curled in a sneer. You are lord of nothing. So ended Mohg the Omen. Here at last, she was satisfied. The rot wasn't. It surged up out of her control, even as she pivoted, causing her body to buckle and fall to her knees. She felt its hunger rise as tendrils of grasping red burst from her back. Not content with the death of Mohg, it yet craved more. More death, more decay, more lives to feed its insatiable hunger. At first she didn't understand. What else could it possibly want? And then she knew. It already had her. It had all but consumed Mohg, who remained in this place with divine blood coursing through their veins. The answer was cruel. It wanted Mquella. No, she grabbed at her human hand when it rose, grasping for the cocoon. You can't. It could, and it certainly would. We had an accord, child. A life for a life. She grit her teeth. You have me. Our bargain is concluded. It is not. You are already ours. And so will he be. No. No, she couldn't. She wouldn't. Golden hands one human, the other forged from purest light, reached through the maelstrom of Narutoxmalenia, as face, someone's forehead touched hers. She clung to them instinctively in her panic, not caring who it was. A nameless tune hummed in her ears, words, yet strangely familiar. Where had she heard it before? She looked up. Naruto? Oi, goddess. His face peeled and healed in the instant as he held her, speaking to her, and yet not her. You let her go right now. Never. The rot hissed in her head. She is ours. You cannot stop us. He growled. Kurama. Golden light suffused Melenia's skin for the merest of moments. It was like FL seeking a switch. When faced with the fox, the rot retreated. She felt it recede, heard her wings crumble to nothingness, felt the dull ache in her head recede to a little more than an unpleasant throb. He had not stopped it, nor sealed it. He'd simply pushed it back, forestalled her eventual end, bought her time. Even so, she felt her heart soar. She pivoted on bent knee to thank him. Sweet tarnished, you have my thanks. Naruto tumbled onto his hindquarters, heedless of her words, rubbing raw hands over his still healing chest. Damn it all, that stings, you know. Stings? That same power had rendered Mohg a raw ruddy red puddle at their feet. And he said it stung? It was too much. A peal of disbelieving laughter burst from Melenia's lips. Wonderful. Loretta flung up her arms with a put-upon sigh. Look what you've done. You've broken Our Lady. Melenia couldn't help herself. She doubled over, and she kept laughing. Without warning, Mquella's cocoon burst into light. And their world lurched again. Their return to Mquella's Haligtree soon met with something of an unexpected snag. They returned well enough, mind. Mquella's cocoon certainly saw to that. But what Naruto found waiting there it was music. Theirs hadn't been a long absence by any means, only a few hours, really. Not even an entire day, yet the fledgling sapling was delighted to see them him again. He could feel it in his bones, a faint presence brushing against his mind, just like before. It almost sounded like the young Erdtree was singing. In its every branch and every leaf, even the mighty bough they'd landed upon, shimmered with golden light. Yes, their return to the Haligtree was marked by song. Not just any song, but a wondrous one, like countless chimes rising in unison to welcome them home. Home, that was the word he heard, singing in his mind, like a child who'd patiently waited for their parents to return from a long outing. Home, home, home. Just thinking of it filled him with pride. He had done this. Cleansed the Haligtree of its rot, and helped it flourish into the Erdtree it was always meant to be. Even those who dwelled here had changed in his absence. He could see others shuffling across the towering branches to approach them. Yet unlike his first encounter, He didn't sense so much as a glimmer of anger from them. No, it looked like they were. Kurama snorted. Naruto sighed. Not one word. Hey, I'm not the one making them bow. First things first, they needed to get Mquella's cocoon back where it belonged. That meant a long trek back to where he'd first fought Melenia. Once there, they would slot him back into the Erdtree. It should speed his healing if nothing else. If no one challenged them this time around, it would make the trek faster. Ready to get going? Why were Melenia and Loretta looking at him like that? The latter found her voice first. Just how many of those clones can you make? He shrugged, not quite understanding their line of questioning. Couple hundred, maybe more if I try. Why? Melenia's pale face flushed a fascinating shade of scarlet. So many? Yup. Is this about the litter? We needed one to carry the cocoon, and I didn't want it to break. Ah, a wizened voice cried out, distracting him from their curious looks. There you are. An older albinoric in a yellow tunic shuffled their way on lame legs, back hunched and stooped with age. It took him the work of several moments to reach them. Indeed, the very moment he did, the old codger bowed at the waist. My lord, my lady. His voice cracked but a little as he spoke, yet remained one of purest reverence. It seems we have you and Loretta to thank for the current state of things. He looked past the three of them, to where a litter of clones carried Mquella's cocoon. And you found the young master. Oh, happy day. Yeah, we did, huh? Albus. Loretta saved his bacon as Melenia squirmed in the background, bless her heart. It is good to see you again. The old albinoric perked up, misty eyes widening in thinly veiled surprise. You remember me, my lady? I will never forget. She skillfully took the conversation from him, and Naruto yielded it to her gladly. I'm pleased to see you made the journey. How fares young Loretta? You flatter me, my lady. He stifled a phlegmy cough against one fist, steadying himself upon his cane with the other. She is well. Very well, indeed. Alas, she's gone off an adventure with a rather peculiar tarnished and his maiden. I wouldn't be here now, if not for that sharp-eyed fellow. Naruto stilled. Sharp eyes. Heavens, yes, what a fight he was. Albus coughed anew into his fist. Never seen eyes like that before? Cut right through those awful brutes, he did. Kept them from overrunning our village. Loretta was smitten, and away she went and Lobo with her, bless him. Naruto didn't know what to make of those words. They presented a curious contradiction. If Mohg was to be believed, his old partner had refused to fight him, refused to save Mquella. Yet here was a survivor from the very village he'd rescued. It baffled him. Damn it, Sasuke. What the hell are you doing out there? Do I even want to know? He's an Uchiha. Kurama put in with a terse sigh. They've always been a little on the odd side. Ah, but I've kept you. Albus coughed again, jarring him out of his thoughts. I'm sure the young master needs tending to. Don't let this ailing old man bother you. His eyes flashed. You're not feeling well? Let me have a look at you. He'd really done it, hadn't he? Once upon a time, the knowledge might have rankled Melenia, galled her very soul. She had her pride after all. Broken, though it might be. She considered herself capable in combat, if not necessarily other areas. Until him, she'd never known the sting of defeat. Then he'd come along, fulfilled her brother's work, and brought him back to her. It should have angered her. It didn't. She felt nothing but greatest gratitude towards him. Because were it not for Naruto, none of this would have been possible. She would have slumbered still by the roots, heedless to Mquella's suffering. Now he was actively healing everyone they came across in the Haligtree. It had begun with old Albus. He'd taken the time to mend the ancient albinoric's aching joints and fix his legs. That was the catalyst. Every soul they encountered was one he had to look at, had to speak to, had to help, from her weary knights to even the strange Erdtree avatars that stomped across their crumbling bridges. None lifted so much as a finger against him. He was changing things, even if he didn't wholly realize it. Would that change end once he left? Would things return to normal? Melenia shook her head, tossing her hair side to side with a scowl. She was admittedly somewhat shy and stoic out of combat, a wretched and rotten woman who knew little of love, much less the ways of romance. But, she wanted him to stay. She ached for him, craved him as she never had another. The idea of him leaving, of them going their separate ways. It hurt. A knife to the chest would bring less pain than this. It would be fine, she tried to tell herself. After all, he was still looking for his friend, his brother in arms. The lands between were vast indeed, and fraught with danger. Even with all the resources at her disposal, such a search would take some time. Never mind if this Sasuke fellow didn't wish to be found. There was a small, vicious part of her that hoped he might never be found. If he stayed missing, Naruto would never had reason to leave her side, so long as he wasn't found. But what if he was? Her answer was obvious. Naruto would leave. He might even return to his world. The thought burrowed into her heart and took root. Gods above, what if he left? The rot within her writhed at the thought. He'll leave you, just like the rest. Melenia took a deep breath to steady herself. She must act, and soon. If only there was a way to convince him, to bind her to him. She fiddled with her glove and tugged out Mquella's ring. It glimmered in the low light. Madness. This was madness. She'd seen it fall from her brother's finger and kept it on a whim. She wasn't sure why, only that she had. But she'd not thought about this. Her heart hammered in her chest, blood rushing to her face. Still, was she honestly considering? "Hey!" Naruto's voice called behind the tunnel. "You all right there?" She curled her fingers around the tiny thing and hid it up her glove. "Don't look at him." "Mustn't look at him." "I'm quite fine, thank you." "Whatcha holding?" Her face burned scarlet. Nothing. It was much too soon to tie herself to him, wasn't it? But if he didn't have a reason to stay, if she wasn't enough to hold him. Melenia stowed the ring back up her glove and tilted her helmet down to hide her incandescent blush and her fearful tears. Unbeknownst to Melenia, the new Erdtree heard her prayer. Fledgling though it was, it caught her earnest wish. And it answered. Melenia was watching him. Naruto could feel it. Golden eyes kept drifting his way as they descended into the Haligtree. At some point she'd latched onto his hand and hadn't let go since. Loretta had grumbled a bit at that, but otherwise hadn't tried to challenge them further. He wondered if she would. He could feel a restlessness in the Albinoric, one that began to grow when he tended to Albus, swelling with each passing moment. Without warning, Melenia came to a halt. He nearly walked right into her back. "Hey, what gives?" "I would like to try something." She spoke slowly, still not looking at him. "Be still, and let me know if you feel any pain." He frowned. "Anywa." She pivoted, leaned in and down, then pressed her lips to his. It was a chaste kiss, all things considered, little more than a peck, a feather's brush really, there and gone before he could truly comprehend the like. It left a curious buzzing sensation behind, likely the rot within her trying to gain a foothold in him. His lips tingled as she pulled away. He touched a hand to them and found her staring at him. "I didn't hurt you, did I?" No, I'm fine." Her eyes lit up with girlish glee. "I'm glad." Then she was off, tugging him along after her once more. Kurama chuckled. "Wipe that dopey smile off your face. There's work to be done." Melenia, as Naruto had come to learn, was a cuddler. She liked to be close to him, brush up against him at the oddest intervals. Small touches, little things, to make certain he was still there. She seldom said much, or even why, but she seemed to revel in it all the same, as though to remind herself this wasn't some wretched fever dream. Apparently the act of kissing now fell under that umbrella. It was absolutely adorable, and he wished he had a camera, if only to preserve the moment. In the end, he decided to follow her, as he always did. He still didn't regret his choice. Not one bit. It's always tall girls, ain't it? Someone awaited them. Melenia sensed it as they stepped out into the roots of the Haligtree. Saw someone sitting in her chair now, the very one she'd slumbered upon. A tiny little slip of a girl with red hair, wearing a faded dress of unalloyed gold that ended just above her ankles. Her heart hitched in confusion, but it did little to slow their advance. Naruto made a baffled noise, one she and Loretta shared. She seemed to be sound asleep, in a deep slumber as that. She didn't react as they drew closer, nor did she respond to the litter of clones carrying Mquella's cocoon. She seemed, for all purposes, dead to the world. Loretta noticed something first. Her face. It almost looks like. Naruto's clones lowered Mquella's cocoon to the floor. A faint thud echoed through the chamber. The girl stirred in her borrowed chair, sleepy eyes fluttering open. They were the most piercing shade of blue Melenia had ever seen in her life. The child yawned, blinked, saw them, grinned. Now, Mama, Papa. Naruto and Melenia exchanged a baffled look. Melenia rounded on him. How on earth did this happen? You're asking me? He flung up his arms. She looks like you. Which was precisely the problem they hadn't done. Well, that hand-holding and kissing did not a baby make. At least it shouldn't. Loretta twitched and keeled over in the background, making happy noises. Melenia's heart flipped in her chest, kicked off her ribcage, and made a happy sound. At least Naruto looked just as baffled by this phenomenon. Truly, that was her sole consolation in this. He dropped down on his haunches to look at the little one, and Melenia took the chance to better inspect this strange, miraculous child. Gods above, she really did look like them. A flawless blend of both, as if life itself had conspired to select their very best traits and brought them to life in a single perfect child. Her startlingly long red hair and pale complexion surely belonged to her. But those bright blue eyes and grinning whiskered cheeks were every bit Naruto, weren't they? The little girl hopped out her chair and bounced in place, tiny arms reaching for them as only a child could. Melenia drew back without thinking. No. To touch her meant death. The child saw her hesitation. Blue eyes gleamed with tears. Hey, there. Naruto saw it and swept in before she could, distracting her. I'm Naruto. Who are you? The little girl opened her mouth. They leaned in, waiting her wisdom. Dunno. There was none to be had. All right, he sighed. Let's try this again. Where, he pointed at her, did you come from? Her little face writ with thought. She turned and pointed a finger up at the glowing roots of the Haligtree. Tree. Eh? Naruto's jaw sealed open. You came from the new Erdtree. Her head bobbed. Melenia reared back. Was such a thing possible? Naruto had given the Haligtree a substantial portion of his energy, to be sure. And while her rot did exist in the Haligtree prior, was it feasible? Just as the capital's Erdtree held the Elden Beast the tether to the Elden Ring, could this new Erdtree have birthed itself a guardian of its own? Something to better root itself in preparation for the coming age? Gods above, this was making her head spin. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. Naruto nodded his head to something she hadn't heard, lost in her musings as she was. What's your name? The little girl tilted her head. Name? No, the blonde shook his head slowly. Name. Name, she parroted back with a gormless giggle. Naruto palmed his forehead. And we're right back where we started. We're not getting anywhere with this. The child of the tree made an unhappy sound and stomped her foot. Hey, he saw it and shifted gears at once. It's okay. If you don't have a name, I can give you one. Would you like that? She nodded eagerly, awaiting his words. Naruto looked back to her. Nania. Melenia nearly fell over. What manner of name was that? He'd stuck the first two letters of his name with the last three of hers. There was simply no feasible way it would work. No doubt the little one would have a fit, and then they'd be right back where they started. Little blue eyes lit up, first in confusion, followed by comprehension soon thereafter. Nania? My name? Yup. Her consort grinned, acting every bit the doting father, even if he wasn't. Do you like it? Nania, she giggled and clapped her hands, then swayed in place with a weak yawn. Oh, Naruto caught her, tugging her into his chest. Someone's sleepy. Another yawn. Am not tired. She scrubbed at her eyes. I'm a big girl. Melenia hid a smile behind her hand. You're good with children. Heh. He grinned over his shoulder. Babysat a few back in my village. Ain't that strong. Just gotta know how to talk to 'em. See? Sure enough, the child snuggled against his chest, allowing him to pick her up as she rose to his full towering height. Ah, she's precious. Wanna hold her. Her fingers twitched toward Herno. She mustn't. She would rot. Don't worry about it. His smile never once faltered, despite her fear. If this kid came from the new Erdtree, she's definitely resistant. I can sense it. Trust me. She did. Gods damn her, but she did, didn't she? Naruto gave her a nudge. Melenia pulled the sleepy girl to her breast. Nania latched on and cuddled close. The scarlet rot sizzled harmlessly against her skin. The child made a sleepy noise, squirmed a little, rolled over in her arms, and yawned. Nothing more, nothing less. Mama tickles. Melenia's heart leaped into her throat and took up residence there. Every maternal instinct she'd never been aware of flared up at once. Such a small child. She'd never been a mother before. Hadn't believed she ever would be. Her womb was rotten, her body incapable of bearing so long as the rot afflicted her. And yet, never had she wanted something so badly and never known until she received it. She would protect this little light. No matter what. I must make amends with Raidon. Naruto leaned back in his chair. Loretta mirrored him, making a baffled noise. Nestled deep in Melenia's arms, Nania tilted her head, blue eyes blinking up at her mother. "Who's that?" "Well," the goddess looked upon their child with a small, sad smile. "I suppose you could say he's your uncle, dear." Her eyes flashed. "I have another uncle. And she's been won over." Ensconced safely within the boughs of their new Haligtree tree, their ragtag party warmed themselves by a roaring hearth while a rainstorm raged outside. Melenia claimed it was the first true storm Elfale had experienced in decades. A great cleansing rain to wash the last of the filth and detritus away from their new home. It certainly sounded like such to Naruto's ears. He could hear it beating against the walls from here. He chose to see the symbolism for what it was. Out with the old, in with the new. In the days that had followed their return, he found himself grateful for the chance to actually sit back and breathe for once. Loretta might be chomping at the bit to face their enemies, but he appreciated the chance for quiet while he could get it. This from the one who jump-started it all? A bit of heat hid his cheeks at Kurama's remark. He cast a quick glance to his companions. None of them had noticed. Melenia and Loretta were too busy fussing over Nania. Little Tyke was eating their affection right up as always. He looked on with a rueful smile as they cooed over her. It was an oddly informal gathering, given the three of them four, if one included Nania, were essentially running a new kingdom under the Greater Will's nose. Naruto loved it. None of that Madame Fussabridge's business here, the brave faces they're put on for their allies, nor the grand speeches they gave to their followers. Here they could be themselves and plan out the future together. Still, one thing concerned him. "When you say Raidon," he pursed his lips, "you mean the big fella you and Loretta told me about?" Melenia kissed Nania's forehead and dared to look at him at last. "The very same." His frown deepened. "The one you reduced to a mindless beast." Loretta proved just as merciless. "When she fought a battle I advised her against." Melenia squirmed, acting every bit a naughty child beneath their combined stare. "'Twas not my intent at the time." Nania patted her arm and reassured her as only she could. "It's all right, Mama. We forgive you." Naruto blew out a quick sigh. Oh, yes. He knew the story. She'd told him everything. It was one of the things he was still wrestling. The idea that the gentle, loving mother before him had essentially laid ruin to half a continent in a moment of madness wasn't exactly something he could forget. Forgive, but never forget. Even now a small part of him itched to run off to Caelid, to go there and try to make things right. How would he knew he couldn't if he didn't try? It was only the knowledge of Melenia's condition that prevented him from doing so. The worst of her rot was contained with him around. If he left, it wouldn't be. Moreover, he was already stretched thin here with Elfale and the new Erdtree, his clones working near constant shifts round the clock before being dispelled and replaced with a fresh regiment. Fielding 300 clones had already given him a massive migraine. Creating 300 more might well knock him clean out. He could feel Loretta looking at him, willing him to agree with her, wanting him to knock some sense into Melenia. It pained him to do so, but she was right. They needed to present a united front here. They leaned back as one, glared at one another, then looked back to her. For the first time since they'd met, they found themselves of one mind. "Are you insane? My lady has lost her mind." Melenia flinched. "Is it so wrong that I wish to do a little good?" "It's not that you want to, it's just worst case scenario. We'll have bring the kiddo along." Loretta recoiled. "You cannot be serious. Take the child, Nania, with us?" Naruto chuckled. "Well, we can strongly leave her with you." "I heard that, you brute." "You were meant to," he grinned as she sputtered and Nania laughed sleepily, then swung his gaze back to Melenia for good measure. "I think we should wait a little. You're still recovering from your fight with Mohg. The way you tell it, Raidon's even stronger, right?" She nodded. "Then we definitely gotta wait." He shook his head. Golden eyes narrowed, thinly lidded with concern. The hearth crackled, curling shadows of fading fire flitting across her face. "You do not wish to face him fairly as you did me." "Hell no," he barked a laugh. "I'm a ninja. Ninja cheat all the time. We're gonna blitz him. Gimme a few months, will ya?" His gaze slid to Melenia, only to find she drifted off to sleepy when he wasn't looking. A hand ran through her hair. "Don't we at least owe it to her to be better parents than ours were?" Loretta stilled at his side. "You're right. I'd not thought of that." Melenia's honest smile surprised him. "As you wish." Golden eyes opened. Reality swam back in but slowly, the faintest of babbling brooks in an arid desert. Thoughts reasserted themselves. Sense followed yet remained hazy, as though seen through a faded glass window. How quaint. The demigod realized. This is a dream. I'm dreaming again. He had a name, didn't he? Right. That was important. Remember, it started with an M, didn't it? Mquella. With that, memories rushed back in. He tried to look down in the void, sought to see his hands. Something. Anything, really. No such luck. He couldn't see his body in the dream anymore. Only motes of golden life, the tattered threads that comprised what remained of his battered soul and great rune. Curious, he didn't have a self at the moment. His body was being reborn anew within his restored cocoon, wrapped in the Haligtree's gentle embrace. He wondered what form it would take. Would he be reborn as a child once more, or an adult, the curse broken? Or perhaps... No, mustn't let the mind wander. He'd be here all day if he started theorizing again. Good. I'm alive then. He could still think and dream or no, there was much to do. He was more or less aware of what transpired outside his cocoon, and it pleased him. Melenia had fallen in love. Just thinking of it left his thoughts light. His inscrutable twin, finally finding someone with whom she wished to spend the rest of her days. There could be nothing sweeter. He approved of his sister's choice, really, he did. Lord Naruto, he could think to call him nothing less after the service he'd done him had been quite busy in recent days. Not only did he complete the Haligtree project, but he'd managed to make it evolve, as well. He was a Haligtree no longer. He rested within the benign boughs of an Erd tree, clean and pure, a beacon for the coming age. For that alone, he had his respect. He would have happily helped were he able, but it was far too amusing watching his twin bumble through her first romance. And there were other aspects to consider. This young Melenia, the tree's miracle child, had confused him for a time. But his mind was sharp even in this formless state, and eventually he'd come to grasp her purpose. Rather, the truth of what she was, quite obvious in hindsight. Just as the old Erd tree had its guardian beast, the foul Elden beast, so too had this little light been born to protect the Haligtree from those who would do it harm. Born. Was that the right word? Mquella supposed it would have to be. Birthed from Naruto's golden chakra and Melenia's divine rot, she was theirs in every way that mattered. The Haligtree had both answered his twin's earnest wish and gained itself a protector in one fell swoop. And should her presence better bind Sir Naruto to their cause, then all the better. For just as he had changed Melenia, so too had she begun to change him. He wondered if Naruto even realized it. Perhaps he would someday. Together, they would bring about a new world. There must be some way he could help them. Even in this formless form, his mind remained sharp as ever, and his power potent. Perhaps a projection would suffice. If he lacked a body, he could simply craft himself a temporary for magic, as Morgoth often did. Or mayhaps he could send one of his needles their way. They were, each of them, connected to him. He'd made them after all, imbued them with a piece of himself. As such he could sense them, their relative location, at any given time. One was nearby. Close, even. Terribly close indeed. Oh dear. Papa can't catch me. Naruto tripped as a root caught his foot. No time to course correct. He yelped and ran headlong into a wall. Stars burst before his vision. His daughter took full advantage. Melenia sprinted on ahead of him, kicked off a wall, and darted around the corner with a merry little giggle that left him grinning despite his sore nose. He gave chase, but she'd already lengthened her lead on him. How can one word make a man so weak? He could smash boulders, outrun arrows, heal from just about any wound. He'd grappled with gods and monster and demons alike. And yet, when he heard that word, well, the results spoke for themselves. Nearly an entire month had passed since their daughter first come into their lives, and still he wasn't used to being a father. A single smile from his daughter laid him low as Madara and Kaguya never could. They couldn't even hold a candle to Melenia. Magic kid or not, there was no denying that she was the sum of his and Melenia's best parts. Another thing he'd learned. She loved to run. Really loved to run. What she lacked in power she made up in speed and purity. Sweet little being that she was. Must protect at all costs. Quick though she was still no match for him. Ducking another root that threatened to trip him up, he lowered his shoulder and charged through a wall. Ancient stone shattered before him as he barreled through. Shortcut acquired. In an instant he made up the ground he'd lost and cut his fiery little progeny off at the pass. Result? Melenia ran right into his arms. Gotcha! He caught his daughter and swept her up into his arms, fingers dancing across her ribs as he went. She squealed and went, "Papa, no fair." A low grumble hit his ears a moment later. "Sounds like someone's hungry. What do you want for lunch?" She squirmed in his arms to grin gormlessly up at him. "Roast boar." Voracious little carnivore. "I'm sure I could persuade Melenia to cook some. Mama's the best cook." She really wasn't, not by any means or measure, but no one could tell little Melenia otherwise. Just thinking of her made him smile. Melenia was a damn good mom. A bit skittish, still a little awkward, but she was putting her best foot forward and making an effort. Naruto thumbed his chin. "Guess I should, too." Today he was taking her to visit Mquella once more, or rather, his cocoon, just as he did every day. It has proven surprisingly good exercise for the two of them, so much so that it soon became something of a daily routine. He allowed his mind to wander as they took the elevator down to Mquella's resting place. Maybe one of these days he'd finally wake up, and once he did, he could help him cure Melenia. He'd found his notes. He knew there was a way. Sure, he could touch her, and Melenia too, but they couldn't banish her fears so easily. Even Loretta had to keep fair distance from her at all times, lest she find herself infected. That aside, there was always the risk that Melenia might taint the new Erdtree he'd worked so strong to restore. Outside of his presence, her rot writhed all the more. It wasn't a tenable situation. Even he could see that. But how to fix it? Make no mistake, he had to. He wanted to hold on to these peaceful, halcyon days a while longer. Sasuke would be fine. He wasn't in any immediate danger. Melenia was. She took precedence, selfish as that might sound. Until he could find a proper, permanent cure, he didn't want to leave her side. Soon enough they reached her brother's resting place. "Don't mind us, Mquella, we've come to visit." Melenia yawned a greeting and mimicked him. "Come to visit." As ever, silence was his answer. Much had changed since they'd returned Mquella's cocoon to the Haligtree. Great roots had grown across the length of the once empty chamber, filling the room with golden light. In time he suspected they might grow to consume the chamber entirely. For now they remained at the southern end of the chamber, though he suspected that would change once Mquella finally left his cradle, as it were, and regained his body. It would be a sight to see, he was sure. "Papa? Where's Mama?" Strange. Melenia usually was here at this hour. Maybe she'd gone off to hunt another boar beforehand. They were low on food after all. A glimmer of light from Mquella's cocoon greeted him, growing stronger with each passing moment. "Ah, hell," he swore softly. "Better go get Melenia if he's waking up." Melenia tugged at his sleeve. "Papa." Someone stepped out from behind the roots ahead of them. A woman with striking red hair. Naruto's body locked up. "Where is she?" the stranger demanded, pointing a strange curved weapon at him. "Speak." Her lovely face creased in a scowl when he didn't answer. "What have you done with her?" At first glance he thought he was looking at Melenia, but no, there were subtle differences. Her clothes and hair, for one. Melenia didn't wear traveling leathers like that. Her voice was different, too. The newcomer was a good foot shorter than the demigoddess as well, which begged the question. Why did they look so similar? Naruto tilted his head, squinting at her. Melenia mirrored him. "You look like Mama, but you're not Mama." The woman faltered, but didn't lower her weapon. "No, child, I am not." "Auntie? I beg your pardon?" The woman went redder than her hair. "That is most uncouth to say, you mean." "No, don't call me that." Naruto stabbed a finger at her with all the wisdom of a child and said otherwise. Sister, then. No. A rustle of fallen leaves behind him heralded Melenia's arrival. Naruto knew it by the soundless stride of her footsteps, the sudden spike of anger seething at his flank. He stole a glance backwards. Sure enough, he found a large brown boar slung over her shoulder, one she dropped even now. Huh. She'd been hunting after all, and now it looked like she was about to hunt a human. Her face was certainly writ from stone now. Remove yourself from this chamber at once. The younger redhead did no such thing. If anything, she looked delighted. It really is you. She fell to her knees and bowed her head. At long last. Who are you? Identify yourself. My name is Millicent. A trembling hand reached out. She looked up, tears rolling down her face. I have journeyed far to find you, to meet you, mother. Melenia squeaked. Actually squeaked, as she hadn't since their duel. I beg your pardon. Naruto clapped a palm to his forehead. I knew it. Here we go again. Naruto giggled happily and clapped her hands. New sister. She found him beneath the stars. Not unexpected, given all that they'd been through today. There he lay, sprawled out on a golden branch, a blue blanket spread out over his knees, arms folded behind his head as he watched moon rise. He was humming to himself. Some soft nameless tune she couldn't quite recognize, yet one that appealed to her heart all the same. He looked so peaceful in that instant. After all they'd said and done together, he finally seemed to be at his ease. So much so that she nearly found herself loath to disturb him, and so she stood there instead, observing him. In the end, desire won out. You've got that look about you again. Do I? He didn't look away when she sat beside him, not once taking his gaze from the shimmering sea of light overhead. How's she doing? Melenia fought down a flinch at the mention of Millicent. She did not entirely succeed. Slumbering at last, she cried herself to sleep. A blue eye finally swept up to look at her. She fell asleep in your arms, didn't she? Her ears burned a pretty pink. Yes. You know, for someone who's never been a mother before, you're pretty good at this whole parenting thing. And wasn't that curious? She'd only just grown used to having little Naruto running around underfoot. Now quite suddenly she had another daughter who might be of her blood, and far more clingy because of it. Whatever their connection, the same tainted blood ran through their veins. They undoubtedly shared a kinship, and if Naruto had helped tie Naruto to her, then Millicent was undoubtedly another bond to bind his heart, the better to keep him from searching for his friend. Strange as it might sound, Melenia rather enjoyed being a mother for another reason, if only because it allowed her to give these little ones the love she and Mquella had been denied in their youth. And speaking of dearest Mquella, she wishes to remove my brother's needle embedded within her flesh. Naruto heaved a long-suffering sigh. I'm aware. Was he? She'll die if she does. I know, we'll figure that out. He changed tact before she could ask what he intended. So, a kid? How'd that happen? A question to end all questions that... I do not know. Melenia, he almost sounded hurt. I do not know. She couldn't keep the anguish from her voice as she looked away. I never took a consort. She dug a finger into the bark, tracing frantic circles in the wood in a desperate attempt to distract herself from the hammering of her heart. Never betted another. It was impossible at the time. Oh gods, her face felt so warm. Surely she would combust at any moment. I didn't even consider such before I met you. Oh. Now it was his turn to look away, face gone red. But after I bloomed in Caelid, her head hurt suddenly. She frowned, touching a hand to her forehead. My memories are still jumbled from that day. Raidon pushed me to my very limit. I was so terribly desperate. If Finlay had not recovered me, I may well have died there. The ache in her temples intensified. Perhaps young Millicent was born from that catastrophe. I suspect there may be others. Then we'll prepare for them. His silence wasn't enough for her. Melenia scooted closer and lay down beside him. She reached out with her good hand, seeking his palm. He didn't shy away from her. On the contrary, he welcomed her fingers in his and gave them a reassuring squeeze. Heat speared through her face, yet nevertheless she found herself snuggling closer to him in search of warmth. "Geez, you're freezing," he yelped as her metal arm brushed him. "Here," he nudged her a little, "you can have my blanket." "I'm a bit too big for that." Nah, it's fine. He smiled. I like tall girls. Melenia sputtered. Odd how such words could undo her. They'd strongly done anything together. Holding hands, a few embraces, the odd tentative kiss, initiated on her part. It was the very definition of a slow-burning romance. Not at all like those torrid tales Mquella oftentimes read of. She liked it. This felt natural. Good. Pure. There was no need to rush. There was a word for this. Courting. Courting. Yes, that was it. This was courting. They could move as slowly or swiftly as they liked. She would much rather take her time. She wanted to savor this. Her eyes flitted down to his. She wanted to kiss him again. Desire burned within her. No, she mustn't. He was able to resist her rot, even push it back to an extent, but she didn't wish to try her luck. My brother was a studious sort, she said at last, trying to distract herself. Surely there are other needles out there. Millicent should keep hers. His shoulder brushed hers. Even if it could cure you. She glared at him. I will not sacrifice an daughter to gain my happiness. Daughter, His eyes sparkled, and she knew she'd stumbled right into his trap. All right, if you say so. She let her hand, the real one, settle against his. Would you heed my words, for but a moment? Naruto gave her a sidelong glance. Always. If others come seeking her, we may have to fight them. She spoke laconically, choosing her words with great care. Nor shall the greater will sit idly by forever, not when we stand in such direct opposition to it. I cherish these peaceful days with you, but I fear war may soon come. Hey, now. He nudged her nose with a finger. I ain't a weapon. I'll help you. But let's not go the genocide route, eh? Maybe we can talk our enemies down. Our, not hers. And if we are attacked? Naruto's smile gained an edge. Melenia shivered pleasantly. She hoped for a cure soon. If he kept looking at her like that, she might go wild. To hell with it. She tugged him closer. May I kiss you again? His brother was dead. Slain, in coldest of blood. Morgott rose from his throne. This blasphemy cannot be allowed to pass. Mohg had been many things, but at the end of the day, he was his kin. He would be avenged. Was this what it felt like to have a family? Millicent couldn't make heads or tails of this. She'd never had a family before, not one she could properly remember at any rate. The notion of family had ever been a fleeting concept to her, vague and confusing. She knew what the word meant, of course, what it implied, but she'd not given much thought to it. Her duty had always come first, superseding all else. Yet here she sat before the Haligtree, being fussed over like the child she no longer was. It was humbling. Sister. Millicent sighed. Must you braid my hair? Naina hummed happily. Yes, we must. Now hold still. The ghost of a smile touched her lips as she let her sister twist and tug her scarlet tresses into a clumsy braid. It would not hold, she knew, but she appreciated the sentiment regardless. How much time had passed since she first found her way here? Days, weeks, months? She no longer knew. Time meant precious little here in the depths of the Haligtree, and as such, she'd soon lost track of it. Was she wasting her time here? The thought had her squirming. Do hold still. A lower, richer voice at her flank had her perking up. We'll never be able to fix your hair like this. Millicent bobbed her head, cowed. Yes, mother. A hand patted her head. Good girl. The praise made her squirm girlishly. A quintet of tiny Millicents squealed in her head. She praised us. I must confess, you're not at all who I thought you would be. Nor I, you. The demigod hummed behind her. Perhaps you'd be willing to tell me of your journey? How did you come to be here? Millicent was eager to accommodate her. She'd come here to return what was meant for Melenia. Her pride, her strength, the needle embedded in her flesh, and in doing so, she would die. Yes, she had known that, thought herself ready to give her life. Such, she knew, was her purpose, her meaning in life. Hers would be a short existence. She would die with her purpose fulfilled, and Melenia restored. But they weren't letting her take the needle out. It had begun with that blonde brute. He'd not let her remove it when she woke up, and afterwards everyone kept fussing over her, taking care of her, attending to her every need, treating her like a person, all with naught asked of her in return. Initially she had tried to push them away, to distance herself from these strangers. to sever any bonds that might yet form. She'd failed. For you see, despite all her reservations, she had come to cherish these little moments of peace. The Lord and Lady of the Haligtree were— what was the word? Selfless? Yes, that was the one. They gave and gave and gave all without asking a thing in return. She didn't know what to do with selflessness. How did one respond to kind deeds such as these? Even the strange man who gave her the needle and her new arm had at least asked for aid in battle. That much she could understand. A favor given must be repaid, a debt made, one to be settled. By contrast, this was madness. And yet here she was, having her hair brushed, someone who may or may not be her sister, and someone who was, in all likelihood, her mother. She possessed dim memories of others being kind to her before in such a manner. Of other girls with red hair, but their faces were murky, their names even more so. Pain racked her head whenever she tried to think of them. She'd forgotten something, lost a piece of herself, something terribly important. Its absence gnawed at her, a hole in her heart. Naruto tugged her sleeve. Big sis? Precious little light. Must protect. Always. She looked down. What's that you have there? The little girl offered her something. Flower crown. Millicent felt her face begin to burn all over again. When had the child stopped braiding her hair to make that? No, it didn't matter. She bent her neck and let the child place it upon her head. Lady Melenia mother smiled softly and drew the smaller girl into her lap, drawing a giggle from her offspring. Jealousy reared its ugly head in Millicent's heart. It should have been here. Could that have been her in another life? Could she have been loved? It made her chest ache. You're crying. Am I? Naruto's innocent observation had her touching a hand to her face. It came away wet. That's strange, she hiccuped. Why am I? Two arms, one flesh, the other metal, drew her backward. Mother's chin came down over her shoulder. Dear girl, if you wanted a hug, you had but to say so. Something loosened deep inside Millicent's bosom. I think I would like that, very much. Right on cue, Naruto plonked down in her lap and hugged her as only a child could. Merry blue eyes beamed up at her. Love you. Millicent warbled softly. Fresh tears rolled down her face. Thank you. This was it, then. She could feel herself breaking. There could be no turning back now. They'd ruined her. Spoilt her purpose. She could never bring herself to take the needle out now. No matter what she may or may not become. Because she didn't want to die anymore. She wanted to be held. She wanted to be loved. She wanted. A distant tremor rattled the tree, shattering her thoughts. Ah. Still holding her, Melenia craned her neck toward a distant bough, high above their heads. Seems he found them? They've finally made their move. Millicent followed her gaze with a frown. Found who? Another quake rattled the world, closer now. And over it, a familiar voice, a shout of triumph. Aura! No one you need concern yourself with, dear girl. Melenia patted her head, making her feel like a small child. He has them. They'll be dealt with shortly. An odd itch gnawed at the back of Millicent's mind. Naruto swayed in place with a merry giggle. More sisters? Yes, dear girl. Though I doubt that these four will come quietly. In a flash, Millicent remembered. Her sisters. She shooed Naruto off her lap, wriggled free from Melenia, and staggered to her feet. He'd kill them. She just knew it. She must stop him. A hand caught her by the scruff of the neck and reeled her backwards as one might a naughty child in need of discipline. In an instant she found herself right back where she started. Release me at once. I will not, child. Melenia's arms were akin to bands of steel, holding her fast. Fighting them now would only bring you pain. Trust in your father. Naruto nodded. Papa's strong. Millicent's face turned an atomic shade of red. These two she could accept, but that blonde brute? No, nay, never. He is not my. Rest assured, he isn't the sort to kill needlessly. He may leave them wishing for death, however. Millicent gulped. That does not reassure me. No? Then let me tell you the story of how we first met, of how he showed mercy, even to a rotten woman like me. The quartet advanced. Down they went, through root and stem. They followed in search of the fifth. Of their lost long sibling, she who had failed to bloom. She who had forsaken them so. None challenged them. Yet for all the lack of resistance, something was wrong. The Haligtree did not rot. For it was a Haligtree no longer, but an Erdtree reborn. It was healthy, golden. Though it allowed their passage, it rejected their presence, weakened them. The divine rot that strengthened them began to ebb away. Step by step did their strength erode. They became sluggish, their bodies became tired, weaker. Doubts began to surface as they forged on. They who were of one mind began to falter. 4 were they, sisters all. Mary, the eldest, no longer to wield her halo scythe with ease. Maureen, the second, clutching her no-heavy tree spear tight to her chest. Amy, the third, reached for her curved swords, unable to draw them with the dexterity she once held. Even poor Pollyanna, the youngest, clutched at her dagger and began to falter in the face of such unexpected change. But still their purpose spurred them on. They must reach the heart of the Haligtree. There they would bloom, for their mother, for their rotten goddess. There, Maureen spied the path ahead and waved her siblings on. Below awaited their goal, their prize. They would return to the beginning. They would bloom. They would... Roots rose ahead, denying them egress. Going somewhere? Much to the sisters' annoyance, a man emerged from behind a golden bough to bar their path. Fair of face was he, messy blonde hair swaying in the breeze, blue eyes bright and keen, whiskered face set in a stern scowl as he looked upon them. He did not walk their way, nor did he make any move to challenge them. He simply stood there, frowned now as he gazed upon them. 4? He blinked, guffawed, scrubbed at his eyes with the back of one hand, and blinked again. Unbelievable. You really do look just like her. 5 daughters in as many months. Palming his face, he shook his head, setting his hair swaying. I swear, this tree is messing with me. He leaned past them, looking toward the no-barred exit, as though he expected to see still more. Are there any more of you? Anyone else joining the party? The sisters didn't respond. They saw no need. Why would they to such drivel? Mary found her voice first. You are no sire of ours. You see, he wagged a finger at her. Ordinarily I'd agree with that. I wish I could say I've gotten used to fatherhood. I really do. He began to crack his knuckles. But something tells me you didn't come here to join the family. Step aside. Amy stepped past to flank him. Our destiny awaits. She must bloom. His smile gained an edge. The sisters found themselves disliking it. Destiny? Yeah, no. He raised his hand. They saw the golden fire shimmering within. Not gonna happen. She's free now. You can be, too. You can be better. No, we cannot. Maureen shook her head. He did not see. He did not understand. What you ask is impossible. She hefted her weapon with intent, wondering why it felt so heavy, so large, when she had been able to hoist it with ease only hours before. Move. Now. Or you will be moved. It is possible, he stabbed a finger at them. You can change. If Millicent and Melenia can be their own selves, so can you. His voice rippled over them, bringing with it a wave of searing anger. I know you have your own names, identities. Don't pretend otherwise. Take a moment. Think this through. The sisters paused, conferring among themselves for a moment. But only a moment. At length they drew apart. Mary spoke for them first. We have made our decision. Yeah, hope bloomed in his eyes. It saddened the sisters, somehow. What might that be? You will take us to the false flower, Maureen intoned, and we shall kill her. Do so, and we shall let you live. His face fell, and he shook his head once more. M'afraid I can't let you do that. Guess it's time for the all-Uzumaki special. Pollyanna tilted her head. What is this special you speak of? Nothing much. An ominous haze rose around the blonde's body. Just the part where I kick your asses and make you listen. It's a skill of mine. And here I was hoping not to bully a bunch of kids. Maureen brittled. We are not children. No? You're acting like it. He tittered at them, much to their dismay. Look at yourselves. You've lost a lot of strength by coming here. Didn't you know this tree purifies rot? An ominous silence stretched between them. Mary raised her weapon. We are still 4. You are but 1. You would go to war with us, even so. War? He crouched low to the ground, one hand gripping the bark. Nah, this ain't war. This is discipline. The wind whistled, and he was past them. Pollyanna fell first, driven into a wall by a vicious punch. Maureen whirled, only to find her spear intercepted and crushed down by a booted foot. Young and eager. Even as he spoke, he caught Amy's blades with both hands and hauled her off her feet. Is that all? A lazy overhand toss sent her hurtling through the air. I've spent years training to keep my friends and family safe. Now I have one to fight for again. I bled for this power. Every day. Where did you train? In a swamp. Mary's scythe raked across his back, staggering him, or trying to. He only laughed and fell to a knee. Hold thy tongue, she hissed, anger mounting at last. This pointless resistance avails thee naught. We will have what we came for. Your words bore us. Girls, 4 against 1, and you're worried about this fight being boring? He dragged himself upright, shaking his head once more. I'll spice it up for you then, Kurama. His body burst into golden light. Then he was among them. A clawed hand closed around Mary's attacker's face and whipped her into Maureen. Amy and Pollyanna were still righting themselves when he fell upon them. He caught the spear slamming at his gut in one palm, conjured a golden claw from his stump and spun, bludgeoning the redhead who'd sought to stab him. A cry of pain went up, but he didn't seem to hear it. Rather, he ignored it, strongened his heart. Enemies were to be dealt with, and if he didn't deal with them here and now, they'd never learn their lesson. Slitted scarlet eyes snapped to the remaining duo, bringing with glee. He hunched his back and dove at them with a snarl. Are you not entertained? Cries of terror filled the air. They sisters fought well. Naruto felt he could give Millicent's siblings credit for that much. Despite all their fear and screams, for all the terror he inspired in them, they did not falter. Nor did they retreat, though they certainly could have. He would not have chased them had they done so. Instead, they fought to the bitter end despite overwhelming odds. It still wouldn't save them. He respected their effort, doomed though it was. A fine quartet they were indeed, even with him batting them about like children and flinging them into one another all over the place. Their cohesion remained intact, their teamwork damn near unparalleled, but at the end of the day it was just that. Teamwork. They were stronger together as a team, working in unison to fend off almost any foe. And so he would isolate them, pick them off, one by one. Perhaps that was cruel of him. No, it definitely was. But he couldn't afford to be nice here. He knew them, after all. This was his Erdtree after all. He knew everyone who set foot inside it. His gaze raked over them, taking the sisters in turn. Mary, the eldest, now favoring her right side, her halo scythe bent and blunted by heavy blows. Maureen, the second, clutching her fractured tree spear for dear life. Amy, the third with those curved swords, hesitating at the poor Pollyanna, the youngest, warding at her dagger before her face to fend him off. Likewise, he knew what these 4 intended. They could not pass. They must not pass. Not in their current state. To let them near Millicent, or Sage forbid Melenia in her current state, promised disaster. He would do what he must. A pair of rotten blades whistled in at the back of his head, even as a halo scythe hooked in at his heels and a mighty spear struck at his chest. A 3-pronged attack. Clever. Clever wouldn't beat him. Not like this. He didn't deign to defend as such, pausing only to interpose golden forearms between himself and certain death. Duck, dodge, dip and dive. Swatting them aside didn't even tickle. Once, twice, thrice he parried the sisters, deflecting their attacks with graceful ease. That was 3 accounted for now, but where was the 4th? He sensed the dagger long before its owner pounced at his exposed flank. Is that it? He swayed out of Pollyanna's path and tripped her in passing. She crashed into Mary. Down they went in a tangle of limbs. Maureen and Amy took full advantage and struck out at him when he wasn't looking. This time, he took the hit. Honed steel struck his back and met Strongen's skin. The former shattered. In the same instant, he raised his right leg to kick Maureen down the roots. Her cry of pain fell on deafened ears. Not so Amy. Her sister managed to duck the follow-up blow and proved herself every as capable as her mother. For she snatched a S-strong of her broken blades out the air, dove under his sweep, then brought it crashing down on his forehead. Naruto caught her wrist. Squeezed. Now, the S-strong fell from her trembling fingers. Better. He complimented her effort, but still not enough. He drove his skull into hers, and she stumbled away, clutching her face. Then her stomach now as he folded her torso over his fist in a cruel strike. Clenched knuckles ground into her gut. Deeper still, she gasped, retching for air, so far from her sisters, who were only just now recovering, as shifted his grip. The rot in her snarled at him. Kurama roared it into silence, suppressing it. Bereft of its influence and might, Amy gasped, falling like a broken puppet at his feet. One of the sisters howled imprecations at him. Might have been Maureen, didn't matter now. Naruto stepped over Amy's dazed form. Next. The sisters scattered, moving to strike from 3 sides again. Nope, not dealing with that again. He could only imagine poor Mary's surprise then, when he blitzed her. Poor girl absolutely yelped. He hit out at the eldest sister, and was rewarded with a dull crunch of bone as his fist found her face. From there he opened his hand and used it to grab her, and run, dragging her along the dirt as he did, smashing her head down time and time again. Her struggles ceased after the 4th slam. With his hand on her, he found her connection to the scarlet rot, so much weaker than Melenia's, and burned it out. Crimson chakra flooded her veins. She screamed once, a short, sharp sound. He closed his heart to it. The foul presence of the outer goddess retreated with an outraged squeal, unable to stand against him. Mary wasn't able to either, and slipped into unconsciousness soon thereafter. She'd wake up a changed person. If she woke up, you didn't just shove chakra into a person and hope for the best. If her core will was strong, she and her sisters would meet him in their dreams and, hopefully, find a way out of her nightmares. If not, well, he tried. 2 left. He dropped her like a hot potato and waded toward the remaining sisters. Maureen rushed him with a senseless shriek, hands bared in a desperate attempt to gouge his eyes. Naruto caught her neck in passing, wrestled her down, seized the rot within her and yanked. What little remained held no sway over her. Without it, well, the results spoke for themselves. The second youngest tumbled past him and hit the ground in heap. In a matter of moments, she joined her sisters in slumber. And with that, he rounded on the last foe to face. 1 to go. You fiend! Pollyanna warded her dagger before her face, trying to fend off an attack that never came. What have you done? Wouldn't you like to know? She whimpered. I very much would. No point terrifying her now. I freed them, and I'm going to do the same to them. All their lives they had known only rot and pain and misery. Amazing what a little light could do. Pollyanna faltered in the face of his fury. We just want to bloom. That was the rot talking. Sorry, can't let you do that. His hand closed around her face, hoisted her up. Now hold still and let me fix your everything. What was she looking at? Melenia blinked. She blinked strong. Scrubbed at golden eyes with the back of her false hand now, just to be sure, even as the other held a baffled Millicent in her lap. To be perfectly fair, she'd expected something like this. Naruto had even gone so far as to warn her of such before he'd gone to face the intruders. One might have thought she would have prepared her heart for. And she had. Really, she did. She'd never once doubted the outcome of the battle. If her intended could best her with minor effort, then surely these pale shadows of herself stood no chance. But seeing, as they say, was believing. And right now, she saw Naruto clad in a cloak of shimmering gold, dragging 4 unconscious women behind him. 2 were slung over his shoulders, and 1 to each golden hand, leaving him looking pleased as pudding. There wasn't so much as a scratch on him. He'd won flawlessly, just as she expected. Really, the outcome had never been in doubt. Millicent burst out of her lap with a yelp, shattering her thoughts like so much glass. Did you kill them? Not at all. Her consort deposited them at their feet with a pleased hum. See for yourself. Naina skipped after her, sibling, bright eyes wide and eager. They looked just like her, so pretty. Melenia found herself following, staring overlong at the slumbering redheads, even kneeling to inspect them, now. One new daughter she could accept just as she had little Naina learned to cherish, even. She was a miracle of the Haligtree, a dear wish granted, so she at last made some modicum of sense. But by all the old gods and the new, who were these 4? Each resembled her in some small way. Indeed, said resemblance was nigh uncanny. From their half-lidded sleepy golden eyes to her wild red hair, right down to their pale skin and pensive expressions. Even in sleep they resembled her. One of them whimpered in their sleep. Slowly, tentatively, she touched their face with her good arm, stroking their cheek until they quieted. Something stirred in the back of her mind, like a fog lifting on a sunny day. Naruto made a noise that could only be described as smug. See? You're a good mom after all. Melenia flushed to the very roots of her hair. Of course, his jab meant she couldn't ignore the others. She touched the remaining trio too, one by one. And in doing so she found that she knew them, remembered. Not just their names but their personalities, strange as it might seem. Were they truly parts of her, pieces she cast aside when she'd bloomed, or something more? These were as much her daughters as Millicent was, though she had little memory of either within her. She truly did not remember having children. When Naruto had asked that, she'd spoken truly. She'd never taken a consort, not once. Yet here these girls were. Mary, the eldest, her hair cut almost boyishly short, a leader, ever hopeful. Amy, her hair styled in a loose braid that had seen better days, always thinking of the future. Maureen, missing her left eye, hair bound in a tight bun, so quick to temper, always eager for a fight. And last of all, little Pollyanna, her hair longer than her siblings, despite her petite frame. Shy, but loyal to those whom she trusted. Her blood ran through them, each of these girls, all the same. To a one, their clothes were battered bloody rags, although their wounds and weapons were nowhere to be seen. She suspected Naruto had something to do with that. He'd likely thrashed them within an inch of their lives, then dragged them to her for punishment. And while might be able to heal their wounds, he could strongly sew their outfits now, could he? Millicent fretted over her siblings still, idly shaking Maureen. Will they wake up? Maybe. Naruto plonked down on the ground beside her. Depends entirely on them. He was quick to amend his words when she made an anguished noise. I can't force them to let go of the rot, you know. I can burn it, suppress it for a while, but in the end, it's their choice. The rot is all they have ever known. You cannot expect them to choose differently. Nynia hummed a little. They will. How can you be so sure? Simple. Those bright blue eyes fixed on her, quelling her angry look. You were like them once, weren't you? All it took was a needle and a little kindness. Millicent opened her mouth, closed it, opened it again and rallied now, clutching at her false arm like a petulant child. I do not deny that, but those were extraordinary circumstances. There you have it. Melenia felt the ghost of a smile touch her face. We live in strange times. Listen to your father. A rare, impish impulse stirred in her. Unless you're suggesting you see him as more than that. Millicent's face burned an incandescent red. Mother. Her smile grew and Millicent saw it. Her willful daughter flushed like the pure maiden she no longer was and kicked at the ground sullenly. Worry not, Tiwa's merely a jest. And it was. For the most part, she couldn't very well have her daughters thinking of Naruto as more than a father. Such would be uncouth, of course, but in truth she wasn't sure how she felt about the notion of sharing one's partner. They hadn't even done anything terribly intimate yet, and already she found herself displeased by the idea of another woman warming his bed. Just thinking about it made the rot writhe within. Nynia scooted forward and began to kiss the foreheads of sleeping quartet, one after the other, from youngest to eldest. It proved a suitable distraction. What are you doing? Helping. Her daughter chirruped. Helping how? Millicent was all but beside herself. They may never wake. They will, came her soft reply, spoken with all the surety of a child. How do you know? Nynia giggled and pressed a raised finger to her own lips. Is HHH. Mary stirred at their feet, mumbling softly. Where am I? It was like FLC King a domino. When she began to rise, so too did her sisters. Some slower than others, some with a fair bit more protest, but one by one, they awoke. Millicent made a pained noise where she stood, but she couldn't bring herself to move away. Melenia couldn't bring herself to blame her daughter. She, too, found herself paralyzed by indecision in this moment. Even little Nynia looked on, spellbound. Naruto alone stepped forward, ready to intervene if they proved hostile. Here we go. Golden eyes fluttered open. Sharp, angry, anxious, confused. All that changed the moment they laid eyes upon her. Look! Pollyanna perked up, startling them all terribly. It's her. Mary rubbed at her eyes. Where? Oh, I see her. Maureen tilted her head to the right. Mother. Amy clasped her hands. It really is her. Ahem. Naruto coughed into his fist before they could babble further. Seems you've come to your senses. Now what do you have to say for yourselves?" The sisters exchanged a long, lingering look between themselves, one that seemed to last an eternity. Finally, 4 heads bowed in complete submission toward him. "We're sorry." "You better be," he huffed at the lot of them. "Darn kids. Do you have any idea how strong it was to bring back your sanity?" Millicent blinked. She blinked strong. "How?" "Tell you later, and don't just apologize to me." Naruto shook his head, stepped back, and he pulled Melenia into his arms. "I ain't the only one who needs to hear those words here." The quartet pivoted on their knees like good little girls. "In fact, I think you owe these two a big hug." Melenia stiffened, and Millicent with her, suddenly finding themselves pinned beneath 4 anxious gazes. Not quite eager, but tentative. Naruto's words had stripped the last barrier away and brought the full weight of the girls' attention crashing down upon them. Anticipation built, swelling in the air like lightning, ready to burst. Oh dear." Pollyanna squirmed a little where she knelt, looking at her nervously. Mary dared a tiny, tentative smile. Maureen scooted closer. Amy started to reach for her with her good arm. That was the spark that set everything into motion. It suddenly became startlingly clear just why Naruto had scooped up Melenia and retreated. Melenia's 6th sense shrilled a warning. Too little too late. She had an instant to brace herself for the coming storm, and Millicent even less. "Mother, sister." With a singular cry, the quartet launched themselves up from their knees and pounced upon them. Down everyone went in a tangle of arms and legs. There was no pain, no discomfort, no angry snarl from the rot. She simply found herself swarmed, cocooned by warm arms, slender bodies, babbling voices, and happy tears. It felt, she didn't know how it felt. Comfortable wasn't the right word, but she wasn't uncomfortable either. Content? Yes, that was it. She tried to hug one of her daughters, only to find herself swarmed anew. Grasping hands latched onto her, and poor, flustered Millicent, clinging for all they were worth. Millicent tried to plead into the chaos, to no avail. "Sisters, please, be reasonable about this," says the one with a head start. "I saw her first." "No, I did." "Me." Naruto plunked down beside them and planted Melenia in his lap, grinning like a fox. "Our work here is done. We'll just watch. Don't mind us." Although Melenia Sitlo found herself pinned by her daughters, her maddening quartet whipped around to stare at him. Naruto tensed. "Wait," one began. "If he's with Mother, does that make him father?" "Father, quick, grab him. Don't let him get away." Naruto tried to stand. Mistakes were made. Maureen grabbed him and Melenia, and in an instant they were drawn into the madness of happy arms and laughter. Loretta stumbled into the chamber with a yawn, one hand fanning her mouth. "Forgive me, I was sleeping. What did I miss?" Her jaw seeked open as she saw everyone sprawled out among each other. What is the meaning of this? Life fell into a strange rhythm soon thereafter. "Papa?" Naruto found himself mildly baffled by it all. To have a miracle daughter was one thing, but to suddenly gain another a short time later, followed by 4 more soon thereafter. Well, even now, a week after the fact, he still didn't rightly know how to deal with it. Neither did Melenia at that. In the end, it fell to them to figure it out together. Each lacking experience, they chose to take life day by day. For him, he'd taken to writing in a journal if only to marshal his thoughts. Father? Not that he was unhappy with these present circumstances, mind you. Not at all. He'd always wanted a large family. Just thinking about it made him smile. 6 daughters? Not a problem. He had shadow clones in spades. No one would be neglected. Is he ignoring us? I think he's ignoring us. Neither would other members of the family. It was his turn to watch over Mquella's cocoon today, and while he'd admittedly not done a very good job of the latter, nothing had changed on that front as of yet. Melenia's twin still hadn't been reborn. His cocoon still shimmered a faint gold, and they were still waiting for some semblance of a response. He knew Mquella was in there somewhere. He could sense his spirit, but his body was changing, growing, becoming something else. He wasn't right sure what the Empyrean would look like when he emerged, but it would be soon, surely. "Papa, stop writing already. Don't ignore us." "Ignore what, no umph?" Naruto grunted as several someones slammed into his back, forcing him to double over his journal shut or risk dropping it into the puddle at his feet. He thanked his lucky stars he was already sitting. Else they might have bowled him down there and there. Greedy girls, he laughed without rancor. Tap my shoulder next time, would ya? Mary and Maureen grinned and nuzzled closer, as did Millicent, even if she looked a little embarrassed at having been dragged into their antics. You said you would train us this afternoon. The former Maureen found her voice first. It's well past noon. You didn't forget, did you? Huh? He blinked and looked up. The light in the grove had dimmed considerably. Is it already that late? Millicent granted him a small, shy smile. We did try to rouse you facier. She corrected quickly, but you were very focused. Always so serious, she still wouldn't call him father. Unsurprising. She'd need a bit of time before she came around. Hopefully they'd be able to work on that in the coming. Mary took hold of his left arms and Maureen, his right. Together they all but dragged him up. Or perhaps that was their intention, until neither released him. A deadlock was inevitable. Maureen glared at Mary. You let go first. The eldest huffed. I shall when you do, sister of mine. Millicent palmed her face and heaved a sigh of her own. Why must you be this way? A bead of sweat ran down Naruto's brow. Yeah, that about summed it up. Clingy girls, he couldn't help but laugh a little as they tugged him back and forth. He didn't much mind it. Millicent aside, Mary and the others had never been shown much in the way of affection. They had lived loveless lives. For it to be so readily available to them now, they simply couldn't help themselves. Ergo, they got greedy. That's enough, you two. He lifted his arms, hoisting them upright and off their feet. When they didn't leave go, he glowered at them. Mary, Maureen, you have until the count of 3. They winced and released him at once, looking as though they expected him to strike them. Worrying. A thought occurred to him as he contemplated it. Come to think of it, who was it that sent you here in the first place? Sage Gowry. Mary answered dutifully. He dragged us out of the swamp. Told us it was our duty. Our destiny. And so we followed the call. His sixth sense tingled. It was his only warning. Well, Gowry, that name sounds vaguely familiar. Melenia strode into the chamber. A sleeping Nania nestled snugly in her arms. Even so, the goddess managed to look absolutely smug as she leaned into his side. We already have business in Caelid, do we not? This is but another reason to rush their post-haste. She was still on about that, even now. Naruto blew out a breath. Melenia, no. We talked about this. Indeed we did, which is precisely why we're going. Why was she being so stubborn? I said I must make amends, and I intend to. Not only to Raidon, but to Caelid as a whole. He pivoted to face her fully. Don't make me call Loretta. You cannot. She tossed her head seeking her long scarlet hair over one shoulder. She's quite occupied with Pollyanna and Amy up in Elfale. I very much doubt she can hear you. Well, she wasn't wrong there. The Knight of the Haligtree had warmed quite quickly to Melenia's daughters and proven all too eager to take them under her wing. Bit of a shame that he could have used her help swaying Melenia right now. He could see the determination gleaming in her golden eyes, the faint lift of her chin, the defiant pout she wore. She was going to be stubborn about this, he just knew it. Blast it all. He just wanted to relax a little longer. Hold on to these happy moments while he could. Was that so wrong? Nania startled awake in Melenia's arms with a yelp, a pained cry so poignant that it tore at Naruto's heartstrings. It hurts! Her words were spoken with such shock and pain that all eyes turned toward her. They're burning me. The little girl gasped and curled inward against her mother's breast, clutching at herself. They're burning the tree. It hurts. Make it stop. All thoughts of arguing fell to the wayside. He laid a golden hand on her head and channeled some chakra there until her cries quieted. She fell back into fitful slumber, whimpering softly. Distantly he became aware of the world around them, of Pollyanna and Amy barreling down the stairs with Loretta and hollering about intruders, an army outside. It all sounded so far away. SHH, he cooed softly. You're okay. Just sleep. This'll all be over when you wake up. Nania whimpered. Hurts. I know. He kissed her forehead. He took her into his arms and handed her off to Millicent. I'll be right back. Naruto, no. Melenia saw his face palmed her own. Whatever you're thinking, don't do it. We must consider this rationally. Naruto, yes. He stood stiffly, eyes blazing with intent, and she knew any chance of arguing with him was long lost. Naruto smash. They really were under attack. A might army advanced upon the gates of Elfale in lockstep. Their boots shook the very earth. He could see them marching from the path. Knights, trolls, trebuchets, and other contraptions that didn't concern him. What did concern him were their numbers. Counting them proved an exercise in were being teleported in as he looked on, appearing in a rush of golden light, as though someone or something were summoning from far away. He counted dozens, hundreds, thousands of them. Yet for all those who advances, some lingered. These were armed with torches, trying and failing to set fire unto the sturdy golden roots of the newborn Tree, yet harming it all the same. For a moment, he could have sworn he heard Melenia whimper, despite the distance between them. Kurama rumbled a growl. Sounds like scorched earth to me. Naruto's world went red. Scorched earth it is. Wind rose around him. His body blazed gold even as his hands opened. Chakra keened within each of his palms, taking familiar destructive shapes. He spun and unleashed them, hurtling a pair of Rasenshuriken into the seething mass below. He couldn't possibly miss. Not at this range. Not with so much fodder below them. Now when he could sense their ill intent. Not satisfied with 2, he loosed another pair. 2 became 4. 6 now. Dozens died in an instant, obliterated before they even realized his peril. The sudden barrage and the screams that followed brought the army to a grinding halt. He took the chance to shout down into the silence that followed, "Burn one more root and I'll burn all of you, alive." A cloaked figure, larger than the rest, detached itself from the army and stomped forward, cane in hand. He glimpsed a grisly horned head and a twisted tail, one that lashed the ground angrily as he looked on, sweeping a goodly number of unlucky soldiers out of his path. "Foul usurper," the man's unfamiliar voice brayed up at him in return. "Cease this foolishness. Yield and open the gate if you wish to live. The only fool I see here is you, Morgott." Melenia stepped up beside him, wearing her battle armor once more. "Truly you are mad to strike at us here. How did you even find this place?" The horned man recoiled. And so the witch shows herself at last. Naruto glanced at her, not quite comprehending. "Morgott?" She grimaced. "The brother of Mohg." "Oh." He winced in return, anger cooling for a moment. "The guy we killed. He was the lunatic holding Mquella captive, right?" "Indeed he was," Melenia thumbed her chin. "Morgott is mad in his own way, however, slavishly devoting himself to the greater will and the Golden Order as a whole, though both have been silent until now. Still, I can't help but wonder, what does he hope to gain from this? Vengeance? A chance for redemption? Or does he simply wish to remove our fledgling Tree from the world? I cannot say." Below them, Morgott found his voice. "Surrender the godchild at once." "So that's his aim." Melenia absolutely hissed, a rare sound she seldom made. "I will not give up our girls." "Our?" The way she said it sent a pleasant little thrill through him. Inexperienced in romance though she might be as was he, and fledgling though their relationship was, there could be no denying the joy those words brought him. He wanted to hear them again, over and over again, for the rest of his days. "He threatens our family." Melenia looked to him, awaiting his response. "How shall we answer?" A trebuchet barked, and a flame hurtled their way. Naruto gave it all the respect it was due, namely, none. He casually flung a Rasenshuriken at it, blasting it clear out the sky. Fiery sparks rained down upon Morgott's army from on high, like so many dying fireworks, casting the world in baleful red glow. Knights cried out and shrank back, burning beneath the scalding hail. "That answer your question?" Melenia looked at him with half-lidded eyes. Her lips parted to speak. "Enough." Perhaps sensing the momentum slipping away from him, Morgott barked out below them once more. "You will burn that blasphemous Tree to the ground and the child with it, or you shall die. You have no other recourse, no hope. An army stands against you." "An army? Piss on that," Naruto shouted back from the path. "We have a Kurama. Your argument is invalid." There was a pause as they considered his threat. "What in the greater will's name is a Kurama?" A golden hand rose. "Take one step forward and you'll find out." Morgott scoffed and crossed the line. Nothing happened. "I see naught but empty air." A rush of black light could light be black, burst past the castle walls, raced over his head, and detonated, annihilating a score of knights and trolls. Then another now. Hellfire rained down on the battlefield, turning the plains into a killing ground. Head aching, ears ringing from the blast, Morgott fell to his hands and knees. When next it returned, the usurper's voice was smug and far too close. "We'll accept your surrender now." The Omen King bridled and climbed to his feet, temper roused. "Never, I shall not yield." "Is that so?" Golden danced in his peripheral vision. Thoughtlessly, he looked down. Every single drop of blood drained from Morgott's pallid, horned visage. Naruto looked back with a grim smile. Much to his horror, Melenia stood with him. "Then this shall be your grave, brother of mine." Together, they swung upward with all their might. Clenched knuckles barreled into his face. And then there was pain. Morgott had never thought to face Melenia in combat. He regretted it now. Oh yes, he did. By the gods, did he regret it. He had forgotten. Forgotten what it was like to be truly pressed in a fight for his life. To wage war against a foe as great, if not greater than he. Errors were made. And they were all his. That first punch nearly killed him outright. The impact that followed even more so. Clenched knuckles barreled into his face. His back kissed an iron root, and then he was gone tumbling end over end, crashing through men and catapults like so much kindling. A hand scrabbled for purchase at one of the battlements as he found himself blasted over it. By some mercy the stone held, and he managed to cling on, if only just. A long shadow fell over him. Bugger. "I had no quarrel with you, Morgott. Truly." Melenia alighted before him, eyes hidden beneath her helm, face carved from stone. "Leave this place, swear never to return, and you shall be allowed to live." His gray face writ in a scowl. "And where is your pet? Do not call him such." Melenia's face went red beneath the helm. Gods above. Melenia, blade of Mquella, being shy. He'd never thought to see the day. "My intended is busying himself with your beasts." Morgott looked back. A giant golden fox, an actual fox, was ripping through his army as though they were naught but toy soldiers. Bodies hit the floor, flew through the air, shattered into countless pieces. Color drained from his face. Even the trolls couldn't hope to stop him. The few who dared try were summarily stomped to death. He looked back to Melenia with a scowl. "You slew my brother." "Oh, whoa." Golden eyes rolled in abject derision. "That degenerate pervert who wanted to FK my brother's half-dead corpse?" She raised her false arm, blade CLC King in salute. "Truly the world is lesser without him. Here's to Mohg, the first of his name, and the rod I shoved down his throat. Mquella is well to be rid of him." It was too much. Morgott lunged with a roar. His half-sister parried him effortlessly and thrust her blade through his torso, bending him double. "We've never fought before, have we?" Her lips brushed his ear, and here at last, he glimpsed her golden eyes beneath that wretched helm. There was a high, wild light in her gaze now, one that spoke of battle madness, an anger, sadistic godly glee he wanted no part of. I wonder why. He grit bloody teeth against the pain, refusing to cry out. "Wench." Melenia laughed, actually laughed, and kicked him off her blade, leaving him to crash down onto his back. His cane narrowly deflected her sword as it sought his throat. Sparks skittered across his face to blind him. The moment he blinked, she grabbed him by his horns with one hand, wrenching his head to one side. Her blade crashed down on his neck. Frantic, he swung his tail, trying to sweep her legs. Rather than retort, the rotten hopped over his tail, kicked off one of his spectral weapons, defying momentum to hang in the air. Morgott recognized it too late. He'd seen it from afar once, just as he'd seen what became of the poor fool who tried to defend themselves against it. Waterfowl dance. In his blind panic, he too made the mistake of guarding. He should have run. His courage availed him naught. Melenia was upon him in a dervish of death. Not a moment later, a dozen wounds blossomed along his back and chest. With them, his strength slipped that much further. He crashed to a knee and conjured a mighty golden hammer to his free hand. Swung strong. Now, a dull clang was his reward as the rotten woman was forced to abandon her dance and deflect at the last. "You're strong, Morgott." He heard the smile in his half-sibling's voice. "Stronger than Raidon, yet your mind is weaker than that of a child." "Hold thy tanuj," he hissed. I shall not. His little sister tutted. What manner of madman chains himself to his abuser? Silence. Anger empowered him further, enabling him to surge to his feet. The Golden Order is all. The Golden Order is all but ashes. Look around you, brother. Melenia flung out an arm. You alone champion it. Godwin is gone. Mohg has been slain. Raidon is rotten by hand. Rykard fed himself to a serpent. Malekith is nowhere to be found, and stars know where Ranni is. To say nothing of mother and father. Your own sire stands in exile, and you would wage war upon us because your God tells you to. Thou art a fool, brother of mine, the most foolish fool to ever exist. He wiped a line of blood from his mouth and glowered at her. You will not live past this day. I will see your line eradicated, torn up and burned, root and stem. Laughter. He wasn't prepared for the laughter. It burst out of Melenia in a short, sharp bark of amusement, as though he'd made some terrible joke. Or perhaps he was the joke. He didn't know anymore. The lack of such frightened him more than he cared to admit. You will try, dear brother, you will try. She lowered her blade, letting it drag in the dirt. I've heard all I wish to hear from you. Time to switch. Sweo arg. Words warped and horns broke through the air as a blonde meteor fell out the sky and plowed into his back, smashing him into the roots. He felt someone tap a boot against his spine. Miss me? So the blonde braggart had returned. Which meant? He made the mistake of turning his head. Sure enough, he found only death there. No more. He could hold back no longer. It was this or death. The same death his army had suffered. Thy kind are all of a piece. He bucked the blonde off his back, righted himself, squeezed the hilt of his cane until it began to creak under his grip. Pillagers, it crumbled away, revealing the blade beneath. Emboldened by the flame of ambition, I shall smother thy embers once and for all. No ambition here, pal. Much to his chagrin, the whiskered warrior merely folded both arms before his chest. I won't even move from this spot. Melenia balked. Beloved? He CLC'd his tongue at her. Hey, have some faith in me. Morgott swiped at him when he wasn't looking. He missed. Impossible. Had he misjudged the distance somehow? Naruto only smiled. A clever trick. It shan't work again. This time he saw it when he struck. Little more than a twitch of his head. A third time he swung only for the wretched rapscallion to sway out the way. His feet remained planted against the roots of the Haligtree, but that smile only bloomed larger with each passing moment. How he hated it. How he loathed it. Are you trying, or? Knave, Morgott went mad, conjuring all manner of spectral weapons to get at him. The new tactic availed him not. Every other assault was blocked, or in some cases, outright ignored. Fight back, you coward. A knee slammed up into his chin, jarring his teeth together with a painful CLCK. He bit his tongue and gagged. A hand caught his tail. Morgott froze. Oh, no. Naruto grinned. Oh, yes. The blonde devil whirled, spun him around with vicious speed, and quite suddenly, Morgott found himself airborne. Clouds blitzed past as he glimpsed the Haligtree below, the city of Ifale rushing by. The sight took his breath away, if only because he could truly see from here. See the city, see the bodies of his army, see the ruin that had been wrought. A hand settled on his shoulder, warm as a sunbeam. Nice view, ain't it? Morgott rounded on him in the air. You can fly. That and jump good. Going down. Ground. Blood. Pain. He must have blacked out at some point, because he woke suddenly, righting himself with a gurgling gasp. Had to get up. Had to move. Where was he? Why was he in a crater? With a groan, he touched one hand to his head, only to find broken horns there. Several had lodged into his neck. Ah, yes. That would explain the blood. Marshalling the fading dregs of his strength tore them free, and muttered an incantation under his breath, suffusing his body with golden light. It didn't heal him completely, not enough, but it stemmed the worst of his wounds. For now. Because the blonde braggart was waiting for him at the lip of the crater he'd created. Are you done? His temper bridled anew. Nay. I think you are. Golden eyes gazed placidly back at him, without hate or fear. No, 'twas a far fouler emotion he faced. You know, it's kind of funny and sad. Morgott planted his blade in the ground and leaned against it, gasping for air. What is? If we had met under better circumstances, we might have been friends? He offered one to him. Now, it doesn't have to be this way. You can still stop. Never. Naruto frowned. Wasn't asking. A spinning kick crashed into his ribs and sent him stumbling away. He was still tumbling when he heard a low keening noise. A strange sphere smashed into his back and brought him low. Another found his leg, ruining his knee. 5 firm metal fingers, closed around the back of his head and smashed him into the roots of the Haligtree, breaking his nose. Accursed Melenia. T would seem she wasn't content to let her consort fight alone. They could have continued further, could have embarrassed him yet more, he knew. Instead, they let him go. Realization dawned. So, this was it, then. The end of his long journey. He bowed his head with a groan. Kill me, now, before I recover. Naruto froze. What? I will not stop. He turned a bruised eye upon them, willing them to understand. I cannot stop. So long as I live, I will hunt thee. His shoulders slumped. I can do no less. There is no other path for me. Here at last, the blonde hesitated, little fool that he was. How can you say that? It is all I have ever known. As you wish. Melenia raised her arm. Hey, you can't just kill him like this. It is what he wants. Or would you rather he suffer? Rest now, brother. The blade descended. Morgott closed his eyes. He felt no fear, only peace. Cold steel descended. Is he dead? Nania nudged Morgott's body with a tiny toe. The Omen King didn't budge, didn't twitch, didn't even breathe. Naruto almost found himself smiling despite the macabre situation. Say what you would about her vigor, but his daughter didn't lack for courage. Perhaps that was because the Haligtree had made her the best of both worlds. She had his bravery and Melenia's resolve, his kindness, but also her mother's strength. She was beloved by Millicent and her sisters. Woe betide anyone who tried to harm her, because if she didn't kill you first, everyone else would. Even now she didn't flinch in the face of death. Melenia tutted softly. Come away, child. You shouldn't see this. No. Their little sapling turned grave eyes on her. I have to. I want him here. Melenia flashed him a puzzled look, one Millicent and the other shared. He offered them a shrug. They brought his body here to the Haligtree at her request. Demand, really. He didn't rightly understand why himself, though he had an inkling. Nania's last-ditch cry in his hand had prevented Melenia from taking Morgott's head to be sure, but she'd still struck the Omen King a fatal blow right through the chest. Make no mistake, he was dead as can be. His heart did not beat. He did not breathe. His once golden eyes glowed no longer. As he looked on, Nania set her right wrist to her mouth. Then she bit down, strong. Oh! She cried out despite herself, but didn't hesitate. Pausing only to hold her now bleeding vein, held it directly over Morgott's mouth. Melenia jolted. What are you doing? Their child didn't look away. Making things right. The tree told me to. Her words were enough to still her mother. Melenia hesitated, dithering as a bit of red-gold blood welled forth and dripped down into Morgott's open mouth. 1 drop. 2. Now. 3 followed. A moment passed. Another now, another. Nania muttered something under her breath. It sounded like a chant. And then, Yatag. It was like watching a man get electrocuted. One moment he lay dead at their feet. The next, every fiber, every cell of his being thrashed into motion. More than that, Morgott's body erupted in a column of unalloyed golden light, forcing everyone to look away. A wordless scream tore forth from his lips, and they covered their ears in turn. He alone managed to squint into the storm of light for a moment. Even then he had to look away for fear of going blind. And then it was done. Without warning, the light cleared. And they saw Morgott, an omen no longer. Oh, his skin still had that gray tinge to it, but his horns were gone. His swollen nose normal, tail having melted away. Tall and towering as ever the demigod sat up, the bloody tattered rags of his cloak barely preserving his modesty. He looked normal, tall, strong, handsome, even. Every bit the warrior he'd been born as despite the curse of his birth. Nania preened. All better. Morgott looked down at his hands. What is this? Godfrey, Melenia muttered. He truly looks like his father now. I fixed you, Uncle Morgott. Melenia hopped in place. She smiled sweetly. The tree told me to. You're welcome. Morgott stared at her for a long moment. Art thou a goddess? Melenia tilted her head, considering. Maybe? You must be. He choked, running hands over his now dehorned face. How else could you have done this? Naruto rolled his eyes. A thank you would be nice. Morgott looked to him now, aghast. You didn't let her behead me. Why? Don't ask me. He jerked his neck to the right, toward Melenia. Ask the kid. At the last second she'd cried in his head, begging for mercy, and now he knew why. You were never loved by your family, were you? Or even the Erdtree? At the older man's flinch, he smiled. You're in luck. Our Haligtree, that is to say our Erdtree, is the only reason you're still alive, and we don't kill family unless we have to. But I attacked you, your child. Gave you a second chance, Buster. He spoke over him. Don't waste it. If you do, death will be a mercy. Now, I think you owe Millicent and the others an apology as well. The quintet of redheads crowded in, made curious. Good. Millicent approached first, and with her Mary, Maureen, Amy and Pollyanna grew bold enough to. Who are these? Those, Melenia said stiffly, are your nieces, whom you nearly did harm to. Morgott flinched. The mistake was mine. I was blind. Do not speak to me. Her piece said, the demigoddess turned and walked away, leaving them to it. My dear nieces, she didn't miss Morgott's words behind. I am sorry I attacked your home. Sake? Melenia lisped. But you have to be good now, okay? No more being bad. Yes. He heard him rasp. Of course. I shall serve thee well, goddess. Yay, group hug. Naruto didn't see what happened next. He didn't have to. There was no need. He already knew. Still, he clapped a hand over his mouth to hide his smile as he followed Melenia. Well, would you listen to that? Demigods could cry after all. Melenia confronted him soon thereafter. To his credit, Naruto didn't try to run away. He let her lead him to their chambers, closed the door behind him, locked it, and turned to face her. Bracing his back against the nearest wall and the bed beside it, he crossed both arms before his chest and stood his ground. Go on. His words were clipped. Say it. She didn't hesitate. You should have left me behead him. Really? Naruto pinched the bridge of his nose. Are we seriously having our first right now? Over Morgott of all people? Yes, they were. It galled her more than words, but here they were, having it out. I suppose you think everyone deserves a second chance, don't you? That kind of thinking will get you killed, if you act as if every enemy has a chance at redemption. They don't. She paused, taken aback. What? Not everyone deserves a second chance, he rasped. Sometimes you have to put mad dogs down. Mohg deserved what he got. If anyone else comes after us, they'll get theirs. Then why stop me from killing Morgott? Naruto made a frustrated noise and paced away from her. Because he and I are the same. Nonsense. She scoffed, both alarmed and disgusted by the very notion. You are not the same. You are nothing alike. We are. His shout cut through her words, another hot knife severing her every argument. I was abandoned when I was young, too. I was nothing. No one paid me any mind. I lashed out with pranks and tricks, got as loud as I cowed, trying to make someone anyone. Look at me for the longest time. Sure, I wasn't thrown into the sewers to rot, but it damn well felt like it. Don't you see? Melenia most assuredly did not, and so waved him on. Morgott is someone I could have become. It almost in another life I might have been just like him. Maybe worse, even, consumed by misery, pain and bitterness. He turned to her, and she saw the pain in his eyes, the old shadows of his past clawing at him. When I looked at him, I just couldn't. Maybe it'll come back to bite me in the ass, but I didn't have it in me. How very noble of you. It's not noble. He looked away with a rueful laugh. If anything, it's selfish. In the world I'm building, no one will ever suffer like that again. His words stirred Melenia's emotions, mangling her self-control. Her throat went dry. It was a struggle to speak. It seems a dream. Can we not fight over this? His words were almost a plea. Please? I've lost enough friends and family. I can't lose you, too. Her body betrayed her, and she found herself stepping to him. You won't. From there, she kissed him. Slowly at first, giving he chance to nullify the rot when she did, then quicker, showering him with kisses. Desire got the better of her as he reciprocated, and she found herself clinging to him, dipping her head to deepen the kiss. If it weren't for her curses, she would have jumped him long ago. She wanted to now. Gods, did she want to? More than anything. Would have, too, if it hadn't meant his certain death. Because this felt nice. Her body trembled in his arms and her skin ached, pining for his touch. She found herself taking hold of his hands, guiding them first to her hips, then her breasts, all too eager to be touched. The rot sang within her, eager for release. No, not. Melenia suppressed it with a wince. Too late. She felt him smile against her lips. We should probably stop. Yes, she whispered back. We should. She didn't let go of him. Nor he her. Of one mind, they laid down on the bed. The mattress protested softly beneath their combined weight, but didn't break. Was this what the humans called cuddling? Melenia found herself fond of it. Most mocked her for her height, but Naruto cared not a jot. He let her arms, bought false and flesh, wrap around him. In return he reached up and removed her helm, setting it aside on a nearby table with great care. Golden eyes met blue. She dove forward, not to kiss him, but to press her forehead to his. What now? We clearly can't leave the greater will be if it's going to send armies after us. He muttered into the sheets. We just can't. It's too risky. Her hand traced his face. And I still wish to face Raidon. Naruto shifted, turning to face her with a decidedly grim look. Melenia, no. Melenia, yes, she glowered at him in return, refusing to be swayed. It is on the way. Nice try, he booped her nose with one finger, drawing a startled noise from her. I can read a map, you know. It is entirely out of the way. She looked away with a pout. This is something I must do with or without you. You're really set on this, aren't you? She nodded. Her dreams had grown dark of late. She could not, in good conscience, leave her half-brother to suffer for her sins any longer. Naruto sighed. If we're considering this, we can't bring the girls with us. Melenia made a noise caught somewhere between a snarl and a sigh. His became a laugh. Hey, did you just growl at me? A rare laugh burst from her lips, light and lilting. Not at you, beloved. At the idea of leaving them alone. They were her children, after all. They may not have sprang forth from her bosom, but they shared her blood. She had brought them into this world, in one manner or other. Little Nania was the best of her and Naruto, but she wouldn't trade Millicent or any of the others for the world. You know, I don't like leaving them either. Her words drew a small smile to his face. Maybe there's a way to bring them with us, safely. Yes, that. Melenia grabbed at his arms, pleased that they were of one mind on the matter. I'm sure we can find a way. They sat in comfortable silence for what? She wished it would last forever. You know, Naruto sighed apropos of nothing, I never really thought I'd ever become a father. She scooted a little closer to him, hips brushing his. Nor I a mother. He laughed. And all without, you know. Melenia's face flamed redder than her hair. She still had yet to experience that sweet pleasure, but she hoped for it still. One day she would be cured of this infernal rot, or, barring that, at least have some semblance of control over it without needing Naruto's constant intervention. And when that day came, well, best not think about it now. She'd nearly lost herself a moment ago. Such thoughts were too terribly distracting. Yes. She thanked her lucky stars every day for him, for the love and light he brought into her life. We must protect them. On that we agree. Here it was. An opening. This was her chance to push the envelope and tell him her plans for the realm. For once, she did. No one else will stand for the lands between. I see that now. Something must be done, lest our enemies come to us, and they may not be turned as Morgott was. His head bobbed. I agree, and I've got an idea. Odd, that he was agreeing rather readily all of a sudden. What did you have in mind? A few things, he began to count off the fingers of his good hand, none of them good for the greater will. How fast and far can you fly with those wings of yours? Melenia blinked at him. She blinked strong. You wish me to bloom? She nearly reared back out of his arms. Here? Now. Not in the tree. His words soothed the ragged balm of her nerves. Above it. He poked a finger toward the window. "In the clouds. We'll have you bloom up there where you can't harm anything." "And how would we accomplish such a thing?" "Do you trust me?" he asked. "Implicitly." "Great." He told her his plan. "Here's what we'll do." It was remarkably blunt, but then again, so was he in all things. "That's actually quite clever." She dared to take his hands in hers again. "And dangerous. But I fail to see why you'd need me to bloom at all." Her intended gave her the answer to that too, though mercifully it was far shorter. "I think we should go on a god hunt. Clear out the rest of the bad guys, you know?" Panic mounted in Melenia. He wanted to leave the tree. Granted, so did she, if only for a time, but this sounded like a more permanent arrangement. Her heart hitched painfully at the thought. Objectively, she could see why he wanted to strike now. Mohg was dead. Morgott turned to their side. Mquella would wake any day now. She would deal with what remained of Raidon, one way or another. Truly, the path to Leyndell was clear. Once they uprooted Marika's false Erdtree and supplanted it with their own, they could usher in a new age. Who yet remained to oppose them? Rennala? A broken shell of a woman locked away in Rhea Lucaria. Rykard? The fool lingered in Volcano Manor, feasting on Tarnished. He would need to be dealt with. Ranni? Her sweet, treacherous sister came to mind, though she knew not where she was hiding these days. There was the curious matter of that odd deathroot blight creeping through the lands, though she knew not the cause which need be investigated. And speaking of unknowns, the Tarnished would resist any who tried to keep them from becoming Elden Lord, of course. And last, but not least, of the frenzied flame lurking in the dark depths of the capital. That must be quelled once and for all, lest a madman seize it. Yes, there was still much to do. But with Naruto, she could attend to those matters in a matter of days. It wouldn't take long, surely. Wait. An ugly thorn of memory caught at Melenia's heart. She'd forgotten someone. There was the still matter of Naruto Freen. She'd heard neither hide nor hair of this Sasuke for some time now. But he must be out there somewhere in the lands between. She would have known if a man like that died. So long as they lingered here, the chances of stumbling into him were non-existent. But if they left, if her beloved encountered him, he might wish to go home. No, she couldn't let that happen. And so he had to die. If she ever saw this Sasuke, she would slay him, sure as sin. Naruto would understand, surely. He had to. She would make him. And she leaned back, hiding the tempest of her thoughts behind an anxious smile. That might be unwise. I have no idea how the great runes would react with my body. Naruto missed her point, the silly, lovable boy. They could help stabilize it. She frowned. I do not wish to bring about an age of rot. You won't. He took her hand, her real hand, in his. Do you trust me? Of course I do. I love you. The words burst out of her before she could think to barrel on. That is to say. Blushing, she barreled on, not giving him a chance to answer, too terrified of what it might be. Where shall we go first? The faint pitter-patter of feet saved her from further embarrassment. Millicent barreled through the door. Mother, Mquella is awake. Melenia ran. She all but vaulted the steps, taking them 3 at a time to reach her brother's cocoon. Distantly she was aware of Naruto running with her, but only in the vaguest sense. Nania was already there before them, all but bouncing on her feet. Didn't take much to see why. Someone stood before it, tall and slender, their back to her. Perhaps that was a mercy, because they were naked as a newborn. But no newborn was this. She recognized that golden white hair, but little else. Her mind all but fizzled at the sight of what should have been her brother, and yet Mquella was not as she knew. What on earth was that body? Brother. The stranger turned to face her fully, revealing golden eyes and a small smile. Their voice was music itself. Good morning, sister. Melenia absolutely choked. Behind her, Naruto took one look at Mquella and fell over laughing. Nania clapped her hands. Pretty. This body will do. Mquella stretched one arm and swayed side to side, idly reveling in the freedom of such simple motion. After so long spent in that ghastly cocoon, the mere act of moving under one's own power was a blessing beyond measure. Sensation was sweet. Sight, touch, smell, taste, hearing, all of it glory in and of itself. There was just one small snag. Well, 2, really. They were rather heavy on her chest. There was a third problem if one counted the distinct lack of something in her current form. Despite all the trials and tribulations, Mquella's mind remained its own, tried and true, untainted by Mohg and the formless mother's influence. Not so the body. In his inane ambition, Mohg had sought a new dynasty. A dynasty required children, and a womb with which to bear them. By his own meddling and the formless mother's interference, the mad omen had inadvertently broken the curse that besieged said body. At great cost, eternal youth was shattered. All that remained was eternal life. In trying to make him something he was not, said body had become something ghastly, been desecrated beyond repair. Melenia and Naruto had put a stop to that, and the Haligtree and Erdtree had saved his spirit by ushering in a rebirth. All traces of the formless mother were gone, wiped away with the old. Now here she stood, reborn, basking in the sun. How lovely the light felt after eons of darkness. Mildly amused, the demigod raised one arm and admired the slender expanse of a paleothealthy hand. Good. No trace of that infernal curse remained. Power thrummed through every pore. She was restored. It was not quite the form she would have chosen, but in truth, it wasn't so much an annoyance as an inconvenience. After all, she had masqueraded as Saint Trina using magic in the past. This was simply a more permanent arrangement. She wasn't used to being quite so indefatigably tall. She'd have to accustom herself to this new form, train with it. Brother? Ah, but Melenia was looking to her, and she must attend. Sister now, I suppose. She pivoted on a bare foot to face her fully, revealing golden eyes and a small smile. Her voice was much as she remembered it, only softer. Good morning. Naruto clapped her hands and bounced up and down with a giddy grin. Pretty. Mquella smiled despite herself. Pretty, was it? Yes, she supposed that word would suffice. A cursory glance merely confirmed her initial assumption. She rather resembled Mother, as she had been pure and glorious before Godwin's demise broke her, body and soul. Marika had been beautiful once. Her current form mirrored that beauty tenfold. Ah, but poor Melenia. She looked so stunned. Is something wrong, sister? Melenia absolutely choked. Behind her, Naruto took one look at Mquella and fell over laughing. Melenia shot him a baleful glower, to no avail. In a matter of moments was all but crackling, clutching his sides, legs kicking at the air as he howled merrily. Naruto. I'm sorry, can't help it. Ah, this then was Naruto. She remembered possessing his body during that battle with Mohg. How lovely to look upon him with her own eyes. Was it her imagination, or was he taller than she remembered? No, she wasn't imagining it at all. Mquella tilted her head and tugged a strand of golden hair out her eyes, considering. Oh. So that's what was happening to him. Of course, it made a twisted sort of sense. She wasn't surprised. He had fought demigods and monsters and become Melenia's consort in all but name. That changed a man. Bonding to an Empyrean came with certain benefits, after all. Melenia hadn't noticed yet. She wondered when she would. He was rather handsome. Mustn't think that. He belonged to Melenia. It would be rude to intrude. That said, the merry blonde proved an able distraction. Melenia was so focused on him that she never saw Mquella coming. Bare feet strode briskly over fallen leaves, closing the distance between them in an instant. With a pleased hum, she drew her startled twin into a warm embrace. How nice it feels to finally hug thee. The reedy head tensed in her arms, yet for all her anxiety she didn't try to flee. Is that truly you? She patted the back of her head. My, but it was nice being tall. In the flesh. How? She coughed, sputtering a little. Why are you like this? The sound of her own laughter amused her even now. My former body was ruined beyond repair. I was reborn in the Haligtree and granted a proper body reflecting my might. She turned a bemused glance on her sister's child, who had shimmied up to their side. I believe your little one is to thank for that. Naruto chirped happily. Yup. Proper, is it? Melenia looked oddly sullen. They're bigger than mine. Mquella blinked, somewhat taken aback by the words. Pardon. Only then she looked down. Step back now. Ah, of course. She'd no clothes. A brisk breeze blew through the Haligtree. I suppose I cannot walk about like this now, can I? Someone did a light blue cloth over her from behind. Here, Naruto coughed into a fist, studiously avoiding looking anywhere but at her eyes. "You can have my cloak. Don't really need it." "My thanks, friend." Mquella released her dazed sister and offered him her hand. "It's good to finally meet you face to face." "And you, more or less." He returned the handshake briskly. "There a particular reason why you look like this?" "It's something of a long story. One she did not care to repeat." "Thank you for looking after my sister. I owe you a debt, one I may never be able to repay." "Then don't." Melenia laughed ruefully behind him. The sound and his words brought Mquella up short. "Pardon? I didn't do all this for a debt, or because I wanted to be repaid." As she looked on, the baffling blonde grinned, jerked his hand back, and thrust a thumb against his chest. "I did it because it was the right thing to do." Such a noble sentiment. He believed every word of it, the lovable lad. Her lips twitched. She couldn't herself. She laughed. "What's so funny? You truly are a remarkable being." She wiped a tear from the corner of her eye before it could fully form and sighed. "I almost wish I'd met you first." "No," she amended, sensing Melenia's suddenly intense state. "Perhaps that is selfish of me. In any case, I'll do everything I can to aid you." To accomplish that, she would have to grant Melenia's dearest wish. Raidon must be dealt with, and her trauma with him, or her twin would never be able to move on. After that, the rot could be dealt with. She had not been idle while she was trapped in the cocoon. She'd heard everything, seen everything. Melenia kicked at the ground like the child she no longer was. "Mquella, you've only just awakened. There is no need to strain yourself." "There is a need," she interjected gently. "I would be delighted to help you save this world. There is little time and much to do." She heard footsteps racing down the stairs. It was her only warning. Then they were upon her. Mary, Maureen, Amy, and of course Pollyanna. She remembered their names well. Evidently, they remembered her. They were certainly happy to see her. New auntie. Resistance was pointless. The quartet swarmed her, and she went down, falling in a tangle of limbs as her nieces babbled happily. Millicent wasn't quite so hasty and proved more reserved. She lingered near the edges with a longing smile, one that did nothing to stop her sisters. It certainly didn't stop Nania from jumping into the giggling dog pile. Well, she'd always wanted a large family. Now there was an idea. They surely had enough now. Why not? This seemed as good a time to broach the subject as any. Mquella struggled upright, propping herself up on one elbow. "Do you wish to face Raidon now?" Melenia perked up. Naruto sighed. "Out of the fire and into the frying pan, eh? I'll happily watch over these 5 for you, if that is your concern." Mquella made no effort to hide her smile. Perhaps this was a little manipulative of her, but it was for the best. "They shall be safe with me and Morgott, to say nothing of Loretta. We shall protect the Haligtree while you are away." 5 voice rose indignantly. "What? Without us? Not a chance." "No, I'm going, do." "You cannot be serious." 1 voice had been silent amongst them. Sure enough, Mquella looked down and found Nania stared back up at her most defiantly. She was, in a way, a little goddess of her own, still young in her power, but so eager to change the world. She would go far once the greater will was dealt with. Indeed, given time, she might even supplant it properly. The lands between could certainly do better than that meddling space squid. Yes, the more she dwelt on it, the more she liked the idea. She was already strong enough to cure omens, as evidenced by Morgott's miracle. And she'd grow stronger yet. Better to give this one room to grow, rather than limit her potential. "I take it you wish to join them?" Nania needn't be told twice. She was already out the door like a bolt of lightning, her target the stairway. No doubt she wanted to pack for the journey. Naruto cried out. "Oi, now wait just a second, you." She most assuredly did not. Quick as a flash, she was back again, a little brown pack slung over her shoulders, eyes sparkling. "Ready. You can go now, if you wish." Melenia winced. It would be a long journey. No, it wouldn't. Mquella held up a hand. "I happen to know a rather useful spell. I'd be happy to send the others over once the danger has passed. Here, let me show you." Naruto swore aloud. "Now wait just a second." She didn't give him time to protest. Light shimmered. Reality reluctantly reasserted itself. Naruto dearly wished it hadn't. because with it came nausea. He retched, and Kurama with him. "Never again," he groaned, wiping his mouth with a battered sleeve. "No more fast travel. We're walking next time." Melenia massaged the small of his back, rubbing small circles against it. There. He punched the red soil and uttered an unprofessional oath. "I can't believe I'm even considering this." She delivered a quick kiss to his cheek. "It is for the best. What is the saying you use? Better to rip the bandage off rather than let the wound fester." It took more effort to climb to his feet than he cared to admit. "That's not it at all." Against his better judgment, he looked up. Caelid was very red. By luck or design, Mquella's spell had dropped them near the castle in question, but it did little to distract from the horrors of the continent. It was, in every way, rotten. They weren't even near the worst of it, but he saw the horrors from here, the massive shapes of beasts loping across tainted soil, the awful fungi straining toward the sky. Melenia looked stricken at the sight of it, on the verge of saying something. Nania was their salvation. The little redhead came crashing down and landed on his back in a shimmer of golden light. That was fun, again. Melenia quirked a brow at her. "Where are your sisters? Surely they mean to join us." "They're coming later. Mquella's tired, said she needs a few minutes." "Very well, then. Let us prepare for their arrival." Together, their little family approached Raidon's castle. None challenged them, well, not until they reached the gate. Movement on the walls caught their eye. Figures shuffled to and fro. Orders were exchanged in hushed tones. "Hold!" A deep voice overshadowed them all, braying from the battlements, harsh and flinty. "You approach Redmane Castle. Identify yourself at once." Melenia looked to him for strength, took a deep breath, and steeled herself. "I am Melenia, Blade of Mquella." An angry cry went up from the castle. Naruto tensed, expecting a hair of fire or a torrent of arrows. They received neither. Instead, a man leaped down to confront them. He landed nimbly, alighting in a pointed crouch. Naruto idly noted his odd armor and the strange bearded mask he wore. Then his attention was decidedly elsewhere, because the old geezer straightened up, ripped the flamberge sword from his back, and thrust it at them both. "You have some nerve coming back here, witch." Melenia smiled softly. Sadly. "Hello, Jaren. That's Witch Hunter Jaren to you, woman." He suspected the warrior might have spat were it not for his mask. "This my castle, and you are not welcome here. State your purpose and be gone." Naruto quirked a brow. "Why call her a witch?" The older man scoffed. "That is what she is. And who are you, boy?" "One of her servants." Melenia stood a little straighter. "He is my consort." "Ha!" A bitter bark of laughter burst from him. "A fine jest. Tell me now, and tell me true, or I'll run you through. Who are you?" Naruto took a deep breath for calm, failed, crackled his knuckles, and stepped up beside her. "The guy who's about to kick your ass if you don't cut the crap." "No." Melenia interposed herself between the two of them before they could come to blows. Shame. He would have liked to smack some sense into this one. "I'm here to help Raidon, Jaren. I wish to make amends." Laughter answered her, sharp and bitter. "You think you can, do you?" Melenia looked to him, golden eyes crinkling ever so slightly. "If I cannot, he most certainly will." Naruto winced inwardly. Sure, no pressure. The old witch hunter wasn't so easily swayed. "And if he recovers his wits enough to demand your life?" "That I cannot give." She amended with a grimace. "I have a family now. Children who depend upon me. I cannot afford to die here. I will give him the satisfaction of a proper fight." Jaren made a baffled noise. "Gods be good, you really have changed, haven't you? I'd not be here if I hadn't." "HRRMPH," he grunted. "The Melenia I knew cared only for victory. What has changed?" Nania poked her head over his shoulder and waved. "Hello." Jaren recoiled. A child? He noticed how much she resembled them. It was impossible not to. The little child of the tree was the best of them, even if she didn't have their blood. The sight of her smote Jaren into silence and rendered his acerbic insults moot. He almost wished he could see the man's face, but the sheer shock radiating from him would have to do. At length, the man's masked visage turned back to regard them anew. "You're in love." He almost sounded surprised. Melenia didn't deny it. I hadn't thought it possible for you to bear children. Melenia bridled. Narnia pouted. Meanie. Naruto hissed. Careful now. A pang of burning silence stretched between them. Jiren broke it with a weary, forlorn sigh. You ask for much. Melenia sighed. I don't ask for your forgiveness. Only a chance to make amends. We will not help you. Yo. But neither shall we impede you. The old warrior continued to pace. If you think you can face the mightiest demigod of the Shattering and survive, then be my guest. But know this. He thrust a finger up into her face, cutting off anything she might have said. Should you bloom here again, there will be nowhere you can run, nowhere you can hide, that I will not find you. Do not test me. Understood. Good. He looked back to the castle and raised his voice. Open the gate. Melenia shot him a rueful glance. Naruto returned it. They trekked up the steps to meet destiny. Red sand. Corpses as far as the eye could see. Weapons piled high amidst heaps of broken bones and rotten flesh. And the smell. By the sage, the smell. His eyes watered. His nose burned. The very air seared his lungs and made it difficult to breathe. In an instant he understood. This wasn't ground zero, not the place where Melenia had first bloomed and everything had gone terribly, horribly wrong, but it was tainted in its own way. The soil here had rotted away to sand, leaving the air wretchedly humid. Even the seashore itself wasn't unaffected. He could see grasping tendrils reaching out into the water, only narrowly rebuffed by the ocean's embrace. Only the salt water remained pure. Narnia whimpered a little and clung onto his back. This is a bad place. Naruto agreed. His gorge rose at the sight. What is this? Someone gagged. It wasn't him. He looked back to find Melenia wiping her mouth. She retched once more, tugged a hip flask from her belt, drank quickly, then spat upon the ground. I didn't know, she muttered. I hadn't thought. I never meant. This is my doing. I could not bear the sting of defeat, and I did this. I destroyed a good and honorable man. I'm sure you didn't mean to. I did. She turned a miserable gaze upon him. I knew what I was doing. I wanted to win, no matter the cost. No, I didn't even consider the cost. Where is he? Strange, she frowned. He must be here, but where? Narnia pointed up at the horizon. There he is. Naruto's blood ran cold. He turned to follow her finger. There was something in the sky, a distant speck of light, shining amongst the heavens. A faint whistling noise reached their ears. No, surely he wouldn't. Who was he kidding? Raidon absolutely would. He thrust Narnia at Melenia and shoved his family away. Back. A burning shadow fell upon them. His hands snapped upward in a golden blur. Twin massive swords crashed down like a falling star. Naruto didn't see anything else beyond that blur of black, didn't feel anything else beyond pain. He was too busy grabbing the mighty weapons, holding on for dear life as the sand cratered underfoot. Blinking the spots from his vision, he finally laid eye upon his attacker. Said attacker howled wordlessly in his face. A massive behemoth of a man leered down at him clad in mighty armor, pale face drawn in a rictus of a snarl. Rot clung to him like a miasma, his great back pierced with countless weapons, legs rotted away, his hair a tangled red man billowing behind him. He pushed down now, trying to break him, make him bend the knee. Not today. Off, he flung his arms up and out with a shout, breaking the stalemate. Raidon stumbled back, swords in hand, to loom over them. Oh, bugger, you didn't say he was that big. Melenia, I think he recognizes you. All hell broke loose. His mind was returning. Raidon dearly wished it hadn't. Life had been so much simpler when he was a mindless, raving lunatic caring only for his next meal. Little more than a mad dog who felt only hunger. No sadness and sorrow, no pain, no lingering thoughts gnawing his tortured soul to pieces. And yet he felt it now, indeed. The fact he even could suggested some small semblance of sanity must have returned to him at some point during the brawl when he wasn't paying attention. For a brawl this was, a battle for the ages, and one he was winning. He took great pride in that particular point. It was 7 against 1, after all. 8 if one counted the strange little girl who kept casting those darn healing incantations. Her spells kept his foes on their feet, even him when she missed. Honestly, he had no idea what to make of that one. He'd left her alone thus far, but the others. Eogni bloomed up his thigh as a scythe raked his knee. He countered with a savage snarl and backhanded his adversary away, only for another to perch upon his back and bury her spear in his shoulder. Even as she did, another drove their daggers into his left leg, while a fourth raked her curved swords across the other, drawing fresh blood. Pain smashed his senses down and maddened him once more. He gave his back a mighty lurch and cast them off like so much chaff, sending them tumbling amongst one another. Despite being hideously wounded and rotting from within, he still possessed every bit of his speed and skill, and he wasn't afraid to use either to get at them. A golden flash swept them to safety before he could hope to run them down with Leonard. "See?" An unfamiliar voice sighed behind him. "Told you he was too much for them." Raidon rounded on him, but he was too fast, and his blades went wide. Clenched knuckles swung in at his face with fearsome speed, forcing him to block for his very life. The punch rang his blades like a bell and his arms besides. His head snapped back, opening him up to the one-armed warrior to leap in and go to town. An open palm pummeled his stomach once, twice, thrice, blasting the breath and more of the scarlet rot from his body each time until finally, Raidon doubled over and vomited more of it, clutching at his dented gut. Another golden palm slapped his armor, and then his foe was past him, grinning like a maniac. "That's right," he cackled after him. "Focus on me." It must be the blonde one again. Every time that one laid a hand on him, every time he hit him, he felt his rotatled psyche begin to heal alongside his body. With each moment that passed he grew stronger as his body began to return to its prime. His insides still ached from the rot within, but already he was a far cry from the mad dog he'd once been. Though most thoroughly exhausted, the little redhead cheered in the distance. "Go, Papa." He heard the telltale crackle of movement behind him and pivoted, narrowly evading a punch that would have knocked him clean out. His mighty Startskouage greatswords descended like twin hammers, only for the blonde bastard to catch one in each hand. The dunes dented beneath his feet, and he grunted in pain, but held true, uncaring as the blades bit into his palms. And for the first time since their battle had begun, Raidon smiled. Yes, at last. Here was a proper fight. And yet, despite that satisfaction, he was still furious. Because you see, with a return of his wits came true recognition. Enough to know the wretched witch standing before him. Because you see, he saw her. He saw her. He remembered her, she of the red hair, she who was responsible for all his pain, all his decay, his trauma, all his rot and rage. There she was, striding toward him now, cresting a dune, blade in hand. Her golden eyes met his. When had she regained her vision? Oh, it didn't matter. "Raidon, please." Her very voice tickled his senses. "Enough is enough. If you must fight someone, let it be me." Oh yes, he remembered her. In spite of the years, the decades, the centuries, he'd never forgotten her face. He never could. Even in his ravaged state, he remembered. Her. He'd carried her on his shoulders when she was small and led her through Lanedal. Helped her braid her hair as it grew long. Sat by her side and held her as she wept and lamented the loss of her right arm. Then her legs, even her eyes. Year after year, she lost her very body to the rot within her, and still he stood by her side, as an older brother should. He had defended her honor despite father's protests, stood for her, when her own flesh and blood wanted to banish her from the capital due to her curse. From the moment of her birth, he had been her champion, forever and always, watching over this willful who reminded him so very much of Ranni. And how had she repaid his kindness? By attacking him, rotting him, turning him into this. This was all her fault. She had done this to him. Blood demanded blood. Vengeance. Melenia? He smacked the blonde aside and roared forward. She met him with her hated waitfoul dance. Dozens of wounds bloomed across his body, but he was prepared for them. He barreled through her storm of strikes and lunged at her anew, blades blurring, body awash in a violet gravity magic. His half-sister parried the first strike, then the second, followed by the third. Not so the fourth and fifth. He struck her in a brutal corkscrew of a crosscut that bit into her collarbone, shattered her false arm, and sent her flying across the dunes in a shower of blood. Raidon paused, his rage brought up short by such weakness. She was slower, her skills nowhere near as sharp as they'd been on that final fateful day here in Caelid. Confusion quelled his ire, if only for a moment. Was this truly Melenia? A pointless question. Of course it was. But who were those girls with her? He didn't recognize them. He could see the quintet over the next rise, ready to rush him again. He knew their faces not. Yet their hair, that hated red hair, no, it didn't matter. He was strong, they were weak. He would win. There was no question. Victory was his. He would crush them and wait. What was that noise? Scowling, he pivoted in search of it. He needn't look all that far. "All right, pal." A low voice rumbled behind him. "You got your free hit in. I've had just about enough of you." Much to his annoyance, the blonde one was up again, hand in the air like he just didn't care. A sphere of purest blazing blue loomed over his outstretched palm. It was quite large and growing larger. Almost as large as him, in fact, no, larger now, casting him in his shadow. His eyes widened, a FLC curve of fear overtaking him for the first time in centuries as the snarling sphere dwarfed him completely. No, there was nothing he could not defeat, and this spell would be no different. He was General Raidon and Super Ultra Big Racingen. Why was ground? His addled mind sputtered in fits and failed starts, unable to comprehend why he was suddenly sprawled amidst the dunes of Caelid, what was going on, or why his spine ached. How had the blonde one gotten behind him so quickly? He hadn't even seen him move. Dazed, he raised his head in desperate search of his noble steed. Leonard lay slumped yards away, unhurt but wheezing for air. Good. At least he was safe. He had half a second to see before he got jumped again. Was that the saying the kids use these days? It rather felt like it. Those annoying redheads attacked him again, not with their weapons, but their hands. They grabbed at his limbs and tried to prevent his wounded body from rising. Indignant, he thrashed at them. What manner of merry madness was this? Did these children truly think they could restrain him? Him, of all people. Don't kill him, just hold him down. Golden eyes sparked with renewed rage. So that was their game. They thought to capture him? Did they? Never. He would not be taken alive. They would not lay him low. He would not lose his mind once more. He bucked and burst to his feet, thrashing about himself with a will. One was kicked away, two were bowled over by his charge, while the fourth flung herself flat and tumbled between his legs to avoid losing her head to his blades. He brought his blades down again and again, striking madly, for to stop was to be captured again, and he would not allow. Stop at once. Remarkably, the fifth did not flee. She shouted at him. Raidon paused, taken aback by the sudden outburst of sheer indignation. The blonde one shouted at her in return. "Millicent, what are you doing? Get back here." "Uncle, please." She ignored him, raised both arms, real and prosthetic, to ward him off. "We mean you no harm." Raidon's mind fizzled again for an altogether different reason. "Uncle?" The word was heavy on his rot-laden tongue, his jaw stiff, his throat dry from eons of senseless snarling. "Uncle? Oh. Realization broke in a bitter dawn. His blades felt heavy in his grasp for perhaps the first time in his life. No wonder they looked like Melenia. These were her children. He looked upon them now and saw the resemblance to their mother, not just in their face, but their faces, their eyes. These were his kin, his nieces. "Do you see, now?" Raidon rounded on the voice. How in blazes was she still alive? Against all odds, Melenia had dragged herself up somehow, and though dazed with her false arm forever shattered, she still stood tall, gripping her broken blade in her offhand. The blasted blonde one must have spent all this time healing her wounds. How else would she be able to stand? "We haven't come here to kill you. Had that been my intent, I would have simply bloomed again, rather than allowing my consort to restore your mind." The blonde one grinned and made a cooing noise her way. "Ah, you say the nicest things." She tilted her head. "I swear, if my body wasn't rotten, I would ride you until you saw stars." Naruto's face went red. So did Melenia's a moment later as she too realized the weight of her words. And on that lovely note, Raidon's mind shorted out again. Consort. By the greater will, what had he missed? Melenia cast her broken blade aside and knelt before him on her false legs. "I'm sorry, Raidon, for all of it." What was he to say to that? What could he possibly say? Where had all his anger gone? And then that little redhead from before scurried out from between her parents' legs. "Hi," she chirped up at him happily. "I'm Melenia, nice to meet you." How could one possibly be angry with her? Raidon looked upon her and felt his nerve falter anew. A child. Oh, gods, Melenia really did have children. This one must be the youngest. He could see the best of her parents in her. She looked upon him without fear. No, that wasn't quite right. This one didn't seem to fear anything. She scooted up to him and beckoned with a little hand. He found himself leaning down to regard her. So very small, this one. Was she going to attack him? In the end, his fears were unfounded as she laid a pale palm upon his face. With her gentle touch, the wrath within him began to ebb. It was too much. He hadn't expected an apology, much less this. He'd thought they'd come to kill him. But they hadn't. Instead, the family of 8 crowded around him. Some of them actually dared to hug him, heedless of his previous aggression. And with their courage, the rest of them gave in and began to embrace him, chattering happily. Could all truly be forgiven so easily? He scarcely heard their words as his resolve began to crumble. A low, warbling noise fled from his dry and cracked lips. "It's okay." Melenia closed her eyes and pressed her forehead to his towering face, speaking with great wisdom for one so small. "You're going to be all right. Everything's going to be all right." How easy it was to believe her. With those words, the dam shattered within the old general's weary, tortured heart. Raidon broke down and wept. "Awawa, he's just a big softy. Uncle, pick me up." "No, me first. Me." Naruto watched the strange scene unfold before him with a small smile, eyes half-lidded in amusement as his daughters crawled all over an increasingly baffled Raidon. The recently recovered general found himself at a loss, and as such, quite powerless to refuse the demands of his needy nieces. They wanted all the hugs, all the kisses, all the attention. Any attempts to overrule them were doomed to failure. He knew from experience. It was difficult enough to tell Melenia no on a good day, but to fend off 5 others at the same time. Yeah, no. Poor bastard never stood a chance. Almost made him wish he had a camera, you know? Darn shame those didn't exist in this world. Melenia tilted her head beside him. "He's getting swarmed." "So he is." He chuckled at the man's plight. "Shouldn't we, do something?" "Nah," a wave of hands soothed her fears. "Girls will be girls. Let 'em have their fun." Melenia yawned blearily in his arms, echoing that statement as she tucked her head into his chest. Small wonder she was sleepy. After all, she'd used a fair bit of her power to help him cleanse the rot within Raidon. Little Tyke must be tuckered out. Alas, the same couldn't be said for her sisters. Not the beard. A rather undignified squawk echoed throughout the square, reminding them that Raidon wasn't the only one trapped down there. Uncle Jaren was utterly at a loss as well, which was rather amusing in and of itself, given he'd lost that ridiculous helmet of his, which meant everyone could not only look him in the eye without laughing themselves silly, but tug on his rather prominent facial hair as well. The wizened old fellow had tried to intervene on the general's behalf some time ago, only to find himself dragged down by the rambunctious redheads as well. Well, if it kept him from tearing into Melenia, all the better. Much of the tension between the two groups seemed to have evaporated overnight. But it wasn't gone, not entirely. Melenia remained anxious to go about righting the rest of her wrong, forthwith. Credit where it was due there, she was dutiful in nothing else. In her heart of hearts, she genuinely wished to make amends. "I'm going to talk to him." "Not that kind of amends. Bad idea. I wouldn't advise that idea," and she's gone. He slapped a palm to his forehead and, careful not to jostle Melenia in his arms, raced after her. Too little, too late. She'd already reached Raidon by the time he thought to intervene. Worse, she laid a hand on the big oaf's knee, practically demanding his attention. "Brother, can you find it in your heart to forgive me?" Raidon fell silent for a long moment, the grim look on his face somewhat juxtaposed to all his nieces hanging off him. Millicent and the others were silent as the grave, for now the jolly general's countenance could have been carved from stone. "Forgive?" He levered himself upright, looming over her. "Forgive you." A massive hand rose, and she flinched despite herself. "Forgive you, for all that you've done." Naruto tensed, ready to spring into action, just in case the general had a change of heart. There was no need. Raidon's heavy hand did indeed descend as he feared, but not to attack. He ruffled the Empyrean's hair gently yet deliberately, frizzing her long scarlet locks, as an elder brother might their younger sister. Right, he was older than her, wasn't he? Perhaps that was why Melenia made a startled noise, one that only multiplied as the great Goliath reeled her forward into a one-armed embrace. There is nothing left for me to forgive, little sister. Her face crumpled. But everything I did has already been forgiven, he replied. Naruto moved forward. Let it be. Kurama's response stayed his feet. It's high time someone lanced the poison from this wound. It shouldn't be forgiven, Melenia tried to reel back, but his grasp on her was ironclad, and she could only glare up at him. Not so easily. I destroyed Caelid. I'm a monster. Who decided that? Raidon's voice rumbled over hers, deep and resonant. You're a monster. You deserve to suffer. Caelid is my domain. I decide such things. He fell seek at her forehead with brisk dispatch when she made to protest again, drawing a petulant whine from her lips. And I say you're forgiven. After all, you wish to make amends and correct your mistakes, no? She dared a tremulous nod. Then all is well, sister. Melenia sniffled, warbled once, then burst into tears. Actual tears. Naruto hadn't though she was capable of them anymore. Not like this. Not to this extent. They flowed freely now, pouring down her face in silvery cascade as she crumpled to her knees in a ruined heap as she wailed. I'm sorry, she babbled, clutching at herself with both arms. I am so terribly sorry for all of this. Her daughters closed ranks around her with Raidon to embrace her. Bless their simple souls. Naruto moved to join them, and hesitated. Did he have any right to be here? His face closed down at the intrusive thought. He suddenly felt like an intruder here, witness to something he shouldn't be privy to. This was a family matter, something that occurred long before he found himself in the lands between. Maybe he should just let them have this, give them their space, you know? Papa. Startled, he looked down to find a sleepy Nania tugging at his sleeve. He set her down for a moment, then swiftly rubbed his face with his sleeve. We did a good thing, right? He looked back to Melenia, still bawling her eyes out, but not as loudly now. Ah, he understood. Those were tears of joy, not sadness and sorrow. Happy tears. He never though to see the day. Maybe he'd helped after all. If he hadn't blundered his way into the Haligtree all those months ago, none of this would have been possible. Yeah. He felt his own eyes start to sting a little. We definitely did. His daughter made a pleased noise at that. In that case, pick me up again. Greedy girl. She didn't have to hop in place like that to get his attention, but she did so anyway. And the moment she did, he just had to retrieve her, because he couldn't bear to see that little pout. The very instant he did, she nestled herself against his chest and closed her eyes, content with her place in the world. By the log, he felt so tired. Maybe it was time for a nap of his own. He shook his head and walked away, letting the family have their moment. Melenia found Naruto hiding atop the wall. Tucked into a corner, Nadia nestled in his arms, sound asleep. The sight nearly made her start weeping again. It didn't feel fair sometimes, just how incredibly blessed she'd been these last few months. She'd always craved a family of her own, and now that desire had been granted an oar. When she looked at Naruto now, her heart fluttered like some flowery maiden, not that of a warrior, and maybe, just maybe, that was okay. Why did you run away earlier? He looked up, careful to keep his voice low, lest he wake their daughter. Just thinking. She sat beside him without invitation. Might I intrude upon your thoughts? His smile hurt her heart. You know you don't gotta ask. My apologies. Old habits. She looked down to Nania, sound asleep in his arms, and marshaled her thoughts. You should be down there with us, and thank you. Her whiskered warrior made a confused noise. For what? I've waited so long for someone like Yano. Wait. She shook her head, dispelling his dark doubts. That's not quite it. I've waited so long for you, carried on for you, lingering in my dreams to avoid the pain of being alone. And now I never will be again. It's finally started to sink in for me. His visage softened. Melenia. No, let me finish before I lose my nerve. A hand touched her bosom, squeezing into a fist just above it. Before you came along, I was nothing. No, less than nothing. A chuckle shook her resolve. That even possible? Let me finish. I just wanted to say thank you. She took a hold of his hand with her false limb to avoid hurting him, and gingerly brought it up to her cheek. For For all of it. For finding me. For loving me. For saving me. Thank you. How she wished she could feel his fingers within her own. She didn't miss the flash of sudden trepidation in his eyes. You make it sound like you're going somewhere. As he would, someday, if he kept searching for his friend. The inevitable loomed large between them. No, he couldn't leave. He must never, ever leave. Because if he left, she would surely shatter. And then the rot would creep back in. Her hand tightened around his. Not if I have anything to say about it. I good. He released a breath. That's good. Had me worried there, for a second. As he had worried her, it seemed so simple, and yet, his hand touched hers. Melenia, Mother. Millicent hurtled up the stairs and around the bend before he could finish giving voice to her hope. There you are. Her brow furrowed. What is it now? I nearly forgot. She darted forward, something held in her hand. Mquella wanted me to give you this. In all the chaos, it slipped my mind. She held out her hand, revealing a pale golden handkerchief, and there, within was a needle, unlike any they had ever seen. It won't last very long, she babbled shyly. Maybe a day or so at most, but you should be able to touch. Melenia ripped it from her grasp and slammed it into her side. It slid between her ribs with ease, and alongside it came sensation. Was that the right word? All her senses, once muted and numb, woke up again. She felt alive, awake, aware as she hadn't been in years. Looking down at her hands, she glanced about. Did it work? Naruto was watching her closely. Closely indeed. Very. One way to find out. Bracing herself for failure, she touched his face, gently at first, ready to draw back if he winced at all in pain. When he didn't, her gaze narrowed, eyes becoming molten slits of purest amber as she leaned in. She wasn't sure who kissed who first, only that his lips were on hers, and suddenly all her worries about him leaving seemed so small, somehow. The worries of tomorrow could wait. This was far, far, far more important. Desire seized her in its gluttonous grip, passion restrained for many months now surging to the fore. Millicent gulped and swept Melenia out of Naruto's arms. I'll just take her to bed then, shall I? Melenia drew back and inhaled slowly, taking a deep, shuddering breath. You'd best. Her dear daughter nodded and scarpered for the stairs in a bolt of scarlet silk. Only then did Melenia dare round on Naruto. Can we go to bed now? He laughed, face red. If that's all right with you. The last of her restraint shattered. Permission granted. She stepped in and drove her lips against his with furious passion, all but crushing him against the nearest wall she could find. Her bosom pressed into his chest. Wings bloomed behind her back, sending beautiful baleful butterflies flitting through the air in a storm of noise. She paid them no heed, because there was no need, because the rot did not bloom with them, because he was holding her, returning her affection with slow, gentle sincerity, kisses so sweet that she wanted to cry. It was too much. She lost herself. A hand flitted out, tearing his shirt away in a shower of fabric. She pressed her lips to his with but a single thought. Mine. Melenia awoke feeling delightfully, deliciously sore. Realization crept back in with the dawn, and belatedly as she lay there, sprawled across the shears, she realized where she was. What they had done. What, exactly, happened. A fierce, fiery flush crept up the back of her neck and seeped into her cheeks. It seemed the needle had done its work. She could no longer feel it lodged between her ribs, which was alarming, but to be expected. What had Millicent said? Mquella's needle would last an entire day at most. Then it had done its work well indeed. But why was the bed empty? She sat up, clutching the sheets to her bosom, searching for there he was. Out the corner of her eye she caught sight of Naruto's red, blistered back as he tugged on his breeches and trousers. Her breath hitched once, then again now as he pivoted to tug on a red tunic. She glimpsed a score of vivid luridly crimson marks on his chest. The scarlet rot was not so easily denied, it seemed. Guilt hitched in her heart despite her best efforts. Of course, she must have held on to him while they slept. The pain must be intense. Did I hurt you? Nah. He craned his neck her way, realizing she was awake. It tickles. I scalded your back and chest. Only a little, and I'll heal. He winked her way. Don't worry, you were the little spoon. Heat flooded her face. Naruto. What? He laughed merrily, cheeks flushed. I've wanted to use that line forever. And besides, he looked away, scratching his cheek. It was nice. Was it, now? Melenia preened a little, unable to speak, but guilt momentarily assuaged. He was her first, as she was his. Her first, everything. The thought made her squirm like some blushing maiden. Even if the needle hadn't lasted all that long, to have a moment of intimacy amongst all this ... it warmed her more than words. Did you just giggle? She blinked quickly. I know not what you mean. He squinted her way. I'm pretty sure you giggled just now. I made no such noise. He grinned for a moment, then winced. So, are you good? Wonderful. She laid a hand back on the bed. I really am sorry for hurting you. Don't be. Her consort said beside her and dared to deliver a quick peck to her cheek, despite the pain it might have caused him. Like I said, it was worth it. Although, he paused, touching a finger to his chin as though just now remembering something. Mquella arrived while you were out. Said Morgott is guarding the Haligtree for us. Melenia froze. Where did she go? Naruto finished. She's talking to Raidon. Was pretty damn insistent about it. Melenia winced a little. Naruto noticed it. You all right? Not entirely. She averted her eyes from his, feeling more than a little shamefaced. When I came to Caelid, I had another purpose, one I didn't reveal to you, plans that. He pressed a firm finger to lips. The past is the past. But I don't care. It's who you are now that matters. She tried again, and he shushed her. You're trying to be better now, right? And succeeding, somehow. So you say. I do say, he kissed her and desire sparked in her anew. There's no point in telling me it now. You already apologized to Raidon. He kissed her again. Gods, it made her squirm. She wanted him to pin her down again, lock her arms above her head and gods. You shouldn't, she moaned a little, rubbing her bare thighs together. The needle's worn off. I might melt your face. Her paramour leaned away, rubbing his numbed lips between two fingers. So worth it. Mquella better hurry up and make a proper needle. She wanted a cure. Now. A startled shout arose from the courtyard, capturing their attention. Seems she found Raidon. Naruto blew out a bemused sigh. I hope they're happy. This time, Melenia managed to suppress her wince. Ah, those two. Raidon would certainly be shocked by Mquella's new form and her new assets. Well, she had already played her part in that mad menagerie, and Caelid had paid the price, but no more. They were more than welcome to sort out their feelings among themselves. Who knew? Raidon might be more inclined toward her twin now. He'd ever had a thing for blonde women. Which left them to their order. This era was. What exactly? Was it hers? Melenia didn't know. Mquella seemed content to let her be happy, and she was glad to be happy, make no mistake. But she couldn't help but wonder what her twin was planning. Perhaps Mquella had chosen to embrace the era she and Naruto were working towards. She couldn't say. That frightened her. The idea of Mquella discarding everything. It was anathema to her. She would put Caelid to rights, no matter what miscreant stood in her way. She owed the lands between that much. After, she would see what came after. She would not sacrifice her girls any more than she wished to see Mquella fall to pieces. But those were matters for later. Naruto leaned back suddenly, commanding her attention. You heading down? Jiren's cooking breakfast. He makes some mean waffles. She glanced past him. I'll join you shortly. Great. A quick kiss, he seemed bolder about that now that they'd finally laid with one another and he was gone, racing down the stairs to look after their girls. Melenia watched him go, waited a moment more, and began the long labor of dressing herself. A minute passed. Another. Now. Yet a third. The air shimmered behind her. I knew it. She'd been lurking all this time. Her senses were sharper than they'd ever been. She'd not been wrong. Donning her helm, she turned to face the intruder. To what do I owe this visit, sister? Ranni raised her hands to stave off an imminent assault, one she wouldn't survive. I would have words with you. How frail she looked in that puppet body of hers. How she longed to shatter her once and for all. It was tempting. Might she cross the distance between them in time? What would happen if she lopped that one-eyed head from her shoulders? Would she die? Or would her spirit merely pass on and possess another body? Must not kill. Naruto may have ignored Rani, but he surely wouldn't dismiss that kind of racket. He would ask questions she wasn't prepared for. Damn her. Bold words, coming from the witch who begot this madness in the first place. She CLC'd her tongue at the cheeky churl. Oh, yes, I know about the Knight of Black Knives. You were its architect. Rani's gaze cooled. Then you know of what I am capable. I would ask you to stay out of my way. You come here, into your brother's own home, and threaten me. Not a threat, sister. Her sibling held up one hand. Quote, a warning. I wish no more death between us. Has there not been enough? She lifted her chin. And what warning might that be? Rani considered her for a moment. Keep away from the realm of shadows and the Erdtree. I have plans for them. Bold of her to say such. I shall only say this once. I have found a champion of mine own, one well beyond yours. Do not test me in this, sister. Leave Caelid. Stay away. Keep to your tree. Do not usurp this age for yourself. Her face closed down, a bitter chill overtaking her azure visage. Heed my words, or I shall unleash horrors best left shackled. Her blood ran colder than the dark moon her so-called sister claimed to serve. You dare? Rani scoffed. I do. Because I must. Fare thee well, sister. May we never meet again. Melenia snarled and whipped a pot at the space she occupied. It passed through her sister's spectral form, banishing it. Damn her. Damn her and her mad machinations. I won't let you ruin this for me. Okay, sadly the chapter is over, and if you enjoyed, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.